never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Kind of hard to believe it is that time again already. Where did the weekend go? All right, we close out Armed Forces Day, I believe it was. And we'll be making our way into the 17th day of May. Hope you had a good weekend. There's it. Boy, did it go fast. So we got a lot to cover as we get back to the old grind, get settled in here on a Monday morning. All right, things are definitely much improved in the gasoline front. Fuel supplies are coming back online. Shortages that plagued the country much of last week. Believe it, 1,000 more stations receiving supplies as the Colonial Network recovers from the cyber attack last week. Okay, we all know the drill. Thousands of stations ran dry. I think Saturday was probably the worst day in and around Washington, D.C., because 4 out of 5 stations, 80% of stations in our nation's capital were out of fuel. Now, it looks like, according to Yahoo News this past day in D.C., they're still saying about 70% were still empty from Gas Buddy. More than half the stations were still out in North Carolina. Less than half the stations were still without fuel in South Carolina, Maryland, Virginia, and Georgia. Gasoline demand Saturday dropped nearly 15% from a week ago, as drivers kind of pulled back on hoarding fuel. All right, average nationwide prices, at the highest level since 2014. gallon of regular unleaded averaging 304 a gallon this past day, up from 296 a week ago, according to AAA. So things are getting better. All right, what do they say? Overall outages stood at still 12,400 stations, down from 13,450 on Saturday, and a peak of more at the peak of this, 16,000 stations were out of fuel. Every day, gas supplies are getting better as Colonial is operating at capacity and additional tankers from the Gulf Coast make their way to the East Coast. According to the Oil Association there in Houston, Citgo and Valero Energy Corporation were among the refiners to receive Jones Act waivers so they could ship fuel on waterborne vessels from the U.S. Gulf Coast to help ease the fuel crunch. So there you go. Alpharetta, Georgia-based Colonial said they would resume their regular nomination process today on Monday to allocate capacity to companies that use the line. All right, let me see. Bloomberg News and the New York Times said Colonial did indeed, again, pay that nearly $5 million ransom to Darkside. Interesting thing was they actually, if I understand correctly, they got things back online pretty much with their backup computer base. And apparently the tool that they received from Darkside for paying the $5 million worked so slow that it didn't even really matter. All right, we've got more on that coming up as we progress on through the late night, early morning hours. We do have some active weather issues tonight in our traveler's weather. All right, severe thunderstorm watches through central, west central, and on up into portions of the Texas Panhandle region. We've got a line of thunderstorms, prompting severe thunderstorm warnings widespread there in north central Texas. Flood watches then extending through central and southern Oklahoma, much of north central and northeastern Texas, including the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, as some of those heavy rains are going to progress through that region overnight. Looking here, looks like we actually have one active tornado warning from the National Weather Service office in San Angelo. This is south central Haskell County, that's west central Texas, northeastern Jones County in west central Texas. This system will be near Stamford at about 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central Time. So again, just the one active tornado warning at this hour, aside from, again, the severe thunderstorm warnings. That tornado warning is right along that leading edge of this pretty strong line of thunderstorms. Elsewhere around the country, let me flip over to the radar scene. There's a number of areas dealing with some rainfall tonight, and some of it very heavy rains. Illinois, if you're in central portions of Illinois, you're in some heavy rainfall. On back to north central portions of Missouri, even in southeastern Iowa. It's not as heavy as what we've got over in Illinois. There's a cluster of thunderstorms there in southeastern Kansas and the adjoining counties in northeastern Oklahoma. More shower activity in southwestern Arkansas. A little bit of shower activity down into southeastern Texas. The broader area, the stronger storm stretching from just to the north of Lubbock on up into the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Heavy-duty rains, torrential downpours, western Kansas, over into the adjoining counties and eastern portions of Colorado. All the precip in Colorado as well, east of the Denver metro area. Into the Northeast, temperatures have been steadily rising through much of last week in the Northeast, and actually started peaking above average over the past couple of days. And it looks like things are going to be a bit warmer than normal across the region this week. Probably temperatures peaking mid to late week with a little rainfall anticipated. Northeast temperatures began last week below average, where we had New York City reporting a high of 60 degrees 1 week ago today, about 10 degrees below normal for this time of year. Chilly nighttime air produced some freeze warnings and frost advisories several nights last week, of course. Cities like Boston had high temperatures rise nearly 15 degrees from the high on Monday versus the high temperature you saw on Friday, headed into the weekend. You hit 77 degrees Friday afternoon. Your normal high would be in the mid-60s in Boston this time of year. Temperatures have risen the highest they've been so far this year, in some cases along the coastline. According to the National Weather Service office in Gray, Maine, Portland, Maine, for example, hit a high of 75 degrees on Friday. Not only is that the first time they reached into the 70s, but this is the highest temperature the city had all of 2021 so far. Yeah, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. all reached into the upper 70s over the weekend. After a rather extended stretch of chilly weather here in the month of May, finally a comfortable return to milder conditions across the Northeast, and it's going to continue through much of the upcoming week. Got an area of high pressure that's going to shift eastward through the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and the mid-Atlantic states. And that's allowing things to begin warming up. By later this week, temperatures may continue to climb towards summer-like levels, where the forecasters are talking temperatures well into the 80s possible. Thursday, Friday, the capital's anticipating to be in the middle 80s, along with several other cities, so a good 10 degrees above normal. Nighttime temperatures also be high enough to put the frost risk away this week. You should have the green light to begin planting gardens and worry less about sensitive vegetation as the widespread risk of frost and freezing conditions are dwindling. Temperatures continue to climb to more seasonable levels. Low temperatures expected to be above the mid-40s in most places in the Northeast. Temperatures in Boston may not even fall below 60 for Tuesday and Wednesday night this week. Very comfortable. All right, frost and freeze conditions retreated northward into the upper Midwest and New England late this past week and will continue to retreat further north into Canada. Thunderstorms are expected to erupt across parts of the Northeast. Nearly 30% of Vermont is experiencing moderate drought right now, so they could actually use a bit of rainfall in the Northeast. All right, we've got a cold front toward the end of the week that will bring another shot of chillier air to the Northeast. According to the long-range lookout, that cool down not expected to last very long, as similar warmth will return next weekend. So just a quick shot, it sounds like late this week. Elsewhere, yes, the heavy rain we were talking about is going to persist across the central and southern plains this week. And forecasters say the wet pattern's going to bring, severe weather and some substantial flooding issues. Severe weather and heavy rain broke out across the southern plains over the past several days. As of midday this past day, 48-hour rainfall totals were above 2 inches in a half dozen cities in Texas and Kansas. Emporia, Kansas, recording 3.4 inches of rain between essentially Saturday and Sunday. Had a tornado reported in Bell County, Texas, Sunday afternoon. Multiple homes had sustained some minor damage from the tornadoes. Some outbuildings and chicken coops were also damaged. There was a second tornado reported to be on the ground for about 4 minutes in Crowley County, Colorado. Wind speeds approaching 60 miles per hour in parts of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. We did see some damage to some homes in northern Dallas, Texas. Later in the day, reports of hail begin popping up across the central states. Some of that hail surpassing 2 inches in diameter. But as we move on forward here into Monday, heavy rain is going to be in the picture from eastern Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, southward to the Gulf Coast. And that's going to be the case probably for the next several days, hitting many of the same areas that had a wet end to last week. The flow out of the Gulf of Mexico is going to act kind of like a fire hose, a constant stream of moisture into that region for several days. So rounds of rain and thunderstorms each day. The most widespread risk across the region is flooding. You've also got the threat for pockets of severe weather from central Texas to Colorado and Kansas through the day today on into Monday evening. Now, the greatest threat for severe weather is going to kind of shift around from day to day. Thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, as well as some hail and even isolated tornado or two. Major cities that may be threatened include Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Austin, Texas. Small amounts of rain delivered with these storms overall could be beneficial for helping alleviate some of the drought conditions, especially over western Texas and New Mexico that are still in severe drought right now. But many locations are going to see too much rain over just a week's time. So again, the concern is going to be flooding. That's going to be especially true after the severe thunderstorm threat subsides and flooding becomes a greater concern. Looks like as the week progresses, the area of heaviest rain is going to shift southeastward, hitting some of the same areas as early in the week, but also expanding in some more of the southern portions of Texas. So the repeated downpours are going to be likely bringing areas of standing water, flooded yards, parks, and fields. If crop fields aren't able to drain fast enough, there could be some damage to some crops in the region or delays in getting crops in the ground as farmers wait for conditions to dry out again. By the end of this week, we're going to be probably looking at widespread 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals for some portions of southern Texas, central Louisiana, parts of Kansas, and Missouri. Areas from, say, Houston to Tyler, where as much as a foot of rain is forecast to fall, and they're saying an astounding as much as 20 inches of rain are possible somewhere in the region there. That's more akin to a tropical storm, stalling out and just bringing torrential rains. Many rivers in eastern Texas are at minor or even moderate flood stage this past day. And with this much rain on the way, rising water levels and possibly major river flooding are likely. Okay, some rivers that could be at risk: the Calcasieu River, Sabine River, the Neches River that runs across western Louisiana and eastern Texas. So severe weather targeted parts of that region back on Friday. Had some pretty potent thunderstorms, winds 65 miles per hour across parts of Texas. On up into Kansas and Colorado, there were tennis ball-size hail reported, and in some cases, hail the size of softballs. Okay, so another active weather pattern this week there in the central portions of the country. So again, hope you had a good weekend. Back to the old grind. We'll settle in here on a Monday. Around the country, our number is 844-3388. And, of course, we start things off on a brand new week, Mondays with Morrow. Joel Morrow joins us this morning. And according to Joel, tonight we're going to be talking about idle reduction technologies. Now, for those who may not be aware, haven't been with us to hear from Joel on Mondays, Joel is a hands-on innovator, extensive experience developing high-performance, fuel-efficient commercial vehicles and vehicle specifications. Yes, maintenance strategies, operating parameters for specific duty cycles. He's well known in the industry through traditional print media, trade publications. He makes multiple appearances weekly on Sirius XM radio segments. Joel has over 40,000 total followers through his personal Facebook and LinkedIn pages and the social media channels like Volvo Truck Masters, Alpha Drivers. They've got the 9+ mile per gallon club. there on Facebook. So welcome in. Let me click on the little master button here. Joel, how was your weekend? And welcome aboard.
Really good, Steve. Glad to be back. Little under the weather last week, but feeling much better this week.
That's good to hear. You didn't have the COVID thing, did you?
No. Just a little sore throat going on, but feeling a whole lot better this week.
Yeah, it's that time of year, allergies and things like that. And there are some other things that've been going around in the South, according to what I've been hearing. But yeah, you're not in the South. You're in northern Ohio. But yeah, I'm glad you made it.
Up here by the lake, but we do have some pollen going on up here, though. So probably just an allergy thing last week.
Right. Okay. Well, so idle reduction technologies was my introduction correct there, Joel? You've been out there driving truck for many, many years. You got several million miles under your belt. And
absolutely. So before we get started here, I just want to let people know that I am a voice of the customer ambassador, product advocate, and product field tester for Volvo Trucks North America, Dana Spicer, Merlin Solar, Pure Flow Air Dog, and of course, Hot Shot Secret. I've been around for 34 years, 4.5 million mile everyday driver. I am the CEO of Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting, and I am vice president of equipment procurement and head of research and development at Ploger Transportation. I'm also the 2018 Heavy Duty Trucking Innovator of the Year award winner and a 2-time Top 50 Green Fleet award winner. And I'm also a 2-time NACFE Run on Less Fuel Efficiency demonstration participant, once as a driver and once as an equipment engineer. So let's get into idle reduction technologies.
yeah, why is idle reduction important for the owner-operators and the small fleets out there? Question number one.
All righty. So in the United States, idling trucks literally burn millions of gallons of diesel fuel every year. In fact, the average truck idles around 1,000 hours every week. You know, obviously this is very costly. It's noisy, it's dirty, it's wasteful, and it's inefficient. Idling your truck drives up maintenance costs, especially in regards to the emission system. And, you know, we talk a lot about emission system and how expensive that maintenance can be. Idling is extremely hard on the emission system. And this drives down fuel mileage when you idle. Obviously, you're not moving anywhere, and so it drives your fuel mileage down, and this increases your single biggest expense, your fuel cost.
So it seems to make a lot of sense to you want to control your idle time. What's the major pushback that owner-operators and small fleet owners have against not idling? Is it the cost of idling technologies, the added maintenance cost, or something else?
Sure. Good question. You know, with all the technology for idle reduction available today, it can be pretty confusing. What's the best way to go? Should I go with a battery electric APU or a traditional diesel powered APU? Maybe an automated engine stop start system, you know, perhaps a solar panel or two, or maybe a combination of these technologies. I think you're correct that a lot of folks object to the price of today's anti-idle systems. And some folks are skeptical if these systems are reliable and will actually keep them comfortable in the truck when it's, 100 degrees and you're in the middle of Arizona and you have to take your break during the day, or you're on a 34-hour break. However, keep in mind, in my opinion, idling the main engine for extended periods is probably the number one cause of emission system issues behind poor quality fuel. Consider that it's not uncommon for emission system repair bills to quickly exceed $10,000 when you roll into the shop. So when you look at the big picture, including overall maintenance, breakdown cost, downtime cost, when you see the increased fuel efficiency and the fuel cost reduction and increased quality of life on the road, which is pretty important, I personally think investing in idle reduction technologies is a home run today. before we had the emission systems on the truck, it was very, very difficult to cost justify anti-idle technologies. It was just cheaper to idle the main engine. That has changed today. I also think folks will be surprised how well a properly configured system will work in extreme heat or extreme cold. I think sometimes people think that these add-on systems, they only work when the weather's relatively decent, not too hot, not too cold, but they do a surprisingly good job nowadays when you configure things right.
Okay. So I guess the $1 million question, what works best and why?
So traditionally, folks have leaned towards diesel APUs. A lot of reasons for this. I think folks have a built-in comfort level with, the diesel internal combustion engine. We're all used to it under the hood, and so add another one, just kind of a smaller version of that. We just have this comfort level. We've been around them. We like to think we kind of understand them. And until just recently, I think the decision to go with a traditional diesel APU was probably correct for most folks, that because you did have that comfort level and you kind of knew your way around how to do some of the basic service stuff to it, to change the oil and whatnot. It kind of made sense. So, folks had that familiarity with diesel power and the perceived reliability advantage. When the new technologies first came into being, it took a couple generations before the durability really came into par with the diesel technology. But you got to remember, diesel APUs still consume diesel fuel, require a fair amount of preventative maintenance, and are more prone to breakdown as they age versus some of the new electric systems out there. Diesel APUs are expensive. They emit a lot of noise, and they still emit some pollution.
I know over the years there's been a number of various APUs that have brands and manufacturers that have kind of come and gone, but you're saying they're still rather expensive to this day?
Yeah, a premium diesel APU, you're in that $11,000 to $15,000 range.
Wow.
Same thing with some of the new electric hybrids. You're in that range. But remember, in the past, when we didn't have the emission systems, it was very, very difficult to cost justify these things. You basically had to live in your truck, and the quality of life issue had to be the number one consideration, because it was just cheaper to idle the main engine before emission systems. Now, with the cost and complexity of emission systems, and you're always under that looming threat of the $10,000 or $15,000 breakdown, it's relatively easy to cost justify a premium APU when you're looking at that potential repair bill coming down the road.
Yeah, and I would assume, even especially now with the cost of fuel going higher and higher, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I guess that would even justify it more. So what's the lowdown on what other options are there, other anti-idle technologies? Engine start-stop systems? They're talking battery-powered APUs, or a lot of talk about solar power these days.
Yeah, in the past, all the technologies you mentioned, they have been used as standalone solutions. They offered a better price point than the full diesel, but they only had marginally acceptable performance in terms of the in-cab comfort. But by combining these technologies into a hybrid electric system on the same truck, we're able to put together a very high-performing system in terms of comfort with reduced maintenance, noise, and fuel usage compared to the traditional diesel APU at roughly the same cost as that premium diesel APU. So, just until recently, I think the diesel APU, was kind of the king of the hill. Nowadays, we've got some options that are pretty nice. Some of the hybrid electrics, the runtime on them, You can make a 34-hour reset with them. You can keep the cab cool on a 100-degree day. You don't have to worry about batteries going dead. They're very quiet, consume very little to no diesel fuel, and they just work really well.
All right, as we approach our bottom of the hour news break, it's 844-844-3388 if you'd like to chime in with Joel this Monday morning. How about you, Joel? Do you run any of these hybrid systems right now? And if you do, how long have they been in service? And how are they working out? How are the results?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been studying the question of how do you cost justify these expensive anti-idle technologies for just about 5 years. And I've had a couple of the electric, I've had 3 electric hybrid systems in service for 2 years now. And our next 15 trucks that we have on order will have the electric hybrid systems installed. The electric hybrid systems on my 3 test unit consist of an idle-free Series 5000, what they call an EAPU. It's an electric parking air conditioner. We combine that with a Webasto diesel-fueled hydronic coolant heater and a Webasto diesel-fueled forced air bunk heater for the wintertime. So we're keeping the coolant and we're keeping the cab warm. An idle smart engine on-off system. And what this does, if we get into super extreme weather, it will fire up the engine automatically. We can program some parameters in there that, say it says it hits minus 30 degrees, the engine will start, will run for 2.5 hours, and then we'll shut off, and it'll do that like every 6 hours or whatever the parameter is that we put in there. So a very intelligent on-off system. Also, we have a 0.5 kilowatt Merlin solar panel system on the roof and the hood of the trucks, along with 8 AGM Trojan True Deep Cycle batteries to store the electric that the Merlin solar panels produce. And the system works really well.
So I'm assuming these are much quieter then? You talked about how noisy the diesel APUs are. These are probably pretty quiet.
Very quiet, no exhaust system smell. It's very little fuel consumed. Even in the winter, the bunk heater and the hydronic coolant or the hydronic heater consumes very little fuel. It just does a really nice job.
All right, so kind of sounds like a bit of a complicated setup you've got there. When we come back from our news break, maybe you can kind of break that down for us. I mean, I'm familiar with the APU that you put your fuel in, you check your oil, you turn it on, you turn it off, and that kind of thing. There's a lot of pieces to your puzzle, it sounds like. So we'll take care of the news break here. Come back. Joel Morrow joins us here on our Back to Work Monday, close out the weekend. And our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released new guidance last week regarding mask wearing for those who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, saying that they no longer need to wear masks indoors in most settings. But as states now adapt their mandates, there is still some confusion over what people should do. Dr. Amesh Adalja is an infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University and tells Fox News how vaccinated people should proceed under the new guidelines.
If you're fully vaccinated, you have to realize that the virus is going to treat you very differently because now you are unlikely to be infected. Breakthrough infections are extremely rare, and you're not likely to spread this to other people. So you're no longer a threat to people. So that's why the public health guidance has changed for fully vaccinated people. It's also important to remember that there is a big swath of the population that is not fully vaccinated, and they need to continue to wear masks, especially indoors when they cannot social distance.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Back on a Monday with Morrow. All right, so you're talking about, what'd you say, some sort of an idle-free Series 5000 and a diesel fuel hydronic coolant heater and 2 or 3 other things. Sounds kind of complicated to the average person there, Joel.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there are a lot of pieces of the puzzle here. But, you know, keep in mind, each one of these individual technologies has been refined over time. So, you know, each one of these pieces of the puzzle, folks have tried to use them individually to hold the price of the overall system down, and why they were only getting marginal results individually, they continually tried to refine the product. And so we've got some very reliable pieces of the puzzle nowadays to kind of combine. For example, a lot of folks will be familiar with the Webasto diesel-fired bunk heaters and the hydronic coolant heaters. Very popular, especially as you get up into Canada and the northern states here. They've been around for years and are pretty low maintenance, especially if you regularly run a high quality fuel treatment like the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Treatment to control carbon and soot buildup in them diesel fired heaters. The Idle Smart system that will stop and start the main engine when environmental or battery loads are extreme it's pretty much a plug and play deal these days. It used to be you had to put all these little sensors and you had to put all these individual little trip switches all over the truck to make a system like that work. Today, you're kind of plugging it right into the OBD and port and tying it right in. So it's plug and play, very reliable. It works very well. And then we have the Merlin solar panels, which are extremely durable with very high output, even in low light conditions. And they require virtually no maintenance at all. Once some babies are on there, they just go to work and they keep working.
Well, you said extremely durable, because I'm just thinking, you said you've got some like on the hood and then on the top of the cab or whatever. You get a lot of pebbles and debris and rocks thrown at you. They can withstand a beating like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And most people think that the solar panels would be the weakest link of the chain. And the truth is the Merlin solar panels are probably the most durable piece of the puzzle and one of the most important components as well. The Merlin military grade American made solar panels help to significantly extend battery life. It reduces the auto starts so that, that Idle Smart system isn't starting the truck near as much. It really helps to minimize road calls for dead batteries or jump starts. You can run them batteries way down to the point where the truck won't start overnight. And in the worst case scenario, you just wait for the sun to come up and it doesn't take long and you've got enough juice back in the batteries to start the truck. So, we're minimizing the main engine idling and wear on the emission systems. Folks should also be aware that the American-made Merlin solar panels outperform the Chinese competition. And, the Chinese are big into solar panels.
Yeah,
this is one of the areas that they're really big in. And a lot of the competitive panels on the market are Chinese-made. And the Merlin has a very unique panel in that it's a semi-rigid panel, and it's very, very durable. Hail, stones, bird strikes, in regards to that real world durability, I was very skeptical. I got to tell you, when they said, let's put solar panels on this thing, I was questioning that. I was like, really, is this going to work? And I must say, I was pleasantly surprised after the first hailstorm I went through out in Kansas. I thought for sure these things were going to be toast and had no problems with them. Since then, the Merlin solar panels have endured multiple bird strikes, branches, from low-hanging branches, a couple of more hailstorms, and one pretty major dust storm I ran into out near El Paso. And, of course, the solar panels absorb sunlight and heat, and they heat up pretty quickly, and they melt away snow and ice in relatively short order. So snow and ice isn't even really a problem for them.
That's hard. I'm thinking back in, February, we had the big snow down there in Texas. And that was, one piece of the puzzle there was, first of all, the windmills had pretty much frozen up or whatever. And then the solar panels, I think the solar panels weren't generating any juice, even though it was only a small percentage that they were supposed to have on the grid there. But you're saying these panels are going to melt it away pretty quick?
Yeah, when you get them on the truck, as the engine's running, you've got some juice flowing through these things, and the great thing when you have one on the hood, you just tilt the hood forward and snow falls off it. You get driving down the road, the majority of the snow blows off them. And as soon as the sun can hit any little part of that panel, the snow just, disappears in real short order. It's surprising how well they work in winter conditions.
That's all right. Fascinating. I would have never thought that'd be the case, but how about a little?
Yeah. And another thing here real quick, Merlin likes to call these panels military grade, and they actually have subjected these panels to, they took them out on the firing range and they shot holes through them, and the panel continues to function. The only loss they see in energy production is just from the size of the bullet hole where it passed through the panel. So it is a unique panel. It is not the same panel that we see in these solar farms. When you're out in West Texas and, Arizona and Southern California, it is a different panel. It's very energy dense and it's very, very durable.
How about on the price side? I mean, are these less costly than the traditional diesel APUs, or?
When you bring a system together like I'm talking about, you're right on par with a premium diesel APU. So like your Thermal Kings or your Carrier units, that have all the options on them. We're right at that same price point.
Okay. Well, tell me a little bit more about what's it called, the idle-free parking, the parking AC thing?
Sure. So the idle-free system, and the reason I went idle-free, the Series 5000 EAPU, which is a parking air conditioner, I went with that because it's a completely new design. It was designed with super high efficiency components, and it requires no ductwork, which ductwork reduces the efficiency of an air conditioning system when you've got to blow that cold air through the ductwork before it gets out into the cab. So this is ductless. It comes straight out of the unit, which hangs on the back wall, and that really helps to improve efficiency, and it allows the system to really cool the cab down in a hurry. So I really like it. It doesn't take up any under the bed storage space. And that's something that I really appreciate from my time out on the road when I was, a month out on the road. All the interior storage space I wanted. I didn't want to, have an air conditioning system taking up a bunch of my space. I wanted to be able to put my personal belongings, under the bed and not have to worry about, am I covering up the air conditioner and is it going to run right? So it was pretty cool that I didn't have to deal with any of that. It's a relatively easy install. There's no major cutting of the cab. There's no hole or pass through that they have to, big hole they have to put in the back of the cab or anything like that. And it's easy to do your yearly maintenance, as all the major components are hanging right out on the back of the cab. You just pop the back cover off, you do your inspection, you blow out any leaves or debris that may have accumulated back there. So it's very efficient, very easy to inspect, and the yearly maintenance is very easy. In terms of in-cab comfort, the idle-free easily cools the cab, even in 100-degree heat. And performance actually gets better when you're stopped, in Arizona, in New Mexico, Texas, Southern California, you name the hot state, and the bright sunshine with that Merlin solar panel out there, it makes this thing run even better. We're getting actually over half a kilowatt of power in direct sunshine with the Merlin solar. And so it works really well. And then, if we get into that rare occasion where it just can't keep up for whatever reason, the engine will start and back up the hybrid system to help keep the driver cool, keep the batteries charged, or keep the driver warm, whatever the case may be. So you've got fallback or redundancy built into that system. So the driver never has to worry. He's never really out of options. And the system works really well.
How about durability on that as well? I mean, over the years, I remember talking about various APUs that have to be manufactured. I mean, they have to really be able to take a beating on anything in a big truck. Yeah, it takes a lot of vibration, a lot of shaking. Seems like years ago we were talking about you can't just go out to your little Best Buy and buy an El Cheapo radio or stereo for your big truck because they're not really durable enough to stand all the shaking.
Yeah, that's true, and this is one of the reasons I really specifically narrowed down my choice to the Idle Free Series 5000. It is specifically designed with automotive grade components in that entire system. So some of these systems you see, they kind of try to employ some technology that maybe is from your home air conditioning system. This one is all automotive components. It's very, very resistant to vibration and holds up very well.
You made it sound like it's not real difficult to install one of these things. I mean, so you don't have to have it professionally installed per se?
Well, it's relative. I mean, it probably will require for most folks professional installation. However, with the electric system, you're not tying into any of the engine stuff as far as coolant lines and whatnot. So it makes it a lot easier than hanging the diesel APU on the side, in my opinion. We've done a lot of research on this, and the installation for the electric, in the case of the Series 5000 APU, goes very quick. It's very straightforward. Pretty simple.
Okay. All right. Now, next, how well does that the electric hybrid system? How well does that work in the wintertime?
Yeah, this is an area where a lot of people are very skeptical, especially when you start talking solar in the winter. Just like we talked about, they had some issues down in Texas. So, with both a diesel-fired forced air bunk heater and a hydronic coolant heater, you always are going to have more than enough heat. And, even when the temperature drops well below zero, with that hydronic coolant heater keeping the engine coolant warm and that engine up to temperature, if the engine does have to start, it is starting warm, which significantly reduces emissions during startup. And that's one of the times where you see a lot of emissions that potentially go down and plug up your DPF. When you first start a truck in the morning when it's cold, we all remember the non-emissions trucks. They would blow all that smoke for the first 5 or 10 minutes before they came up to operating temperature. The new engines are still doing that. You just don't see it because the DPF's catching all that stuff and the emission system's catching all that. So, having that hydronic coolant heater on there when the main engine does have to start, you're significantly reducing the emissions. So you can allow that engine to idle a little bit and it's keeping it up to temperature. So the system overall works very, very well. And in winter conditions well below zero, and you're going to stay very warm in there. The batteries are going to stay charged. It works extremely well.
So I know a lot of drivers, when it gets really cold out, they say, I'm not going to turn the truck engine off when it gets below zero or whatever, and because it's never going to start again. So you could turn off when it's very, very cold outside and it'll start again?
Yeah, I was, when I first had the system installed, I really put it to the test. I was in North Dakota, 52 degrees below zero actual, and shut that truck off for my 10-hour break, and it fired right up like it was 70 degrees out. So it absolutely works. That hydronic coolant heater is a really nice thing to have. Folks that may not be familiar with them, you'll absolutely love it because you can shut the truck off. Everything's quiet. There's no vibration or idling. I know a lot of us kind of get used to sleeping when a truck's idling. It's really nice to not have to idle the truck, and you stay toasty warm in there in the winter, and works very well.
Interesting. Well, you say it's a hybrid electric system, so you're still actually burning some diesel fuel, I assume?
Yeah, it's true. We're still burning a minimum amount of fuel in either the hydronic or the forced air heaters. They both burn diesel fuel. And if the main engine has to start for whatever reason, we're still, burning some diesel fuel. very minimal amounts compared to a diesel APU, really. Typically, when that main engine starts, you're looking at 2 hours and 30-minute run time is as long as that thing is going to run to charge batteries or to, assist the air conditioning, or if need be, assist the heat if it really gets that cold out, to keep the driver comfortable in the truck. And it does it all automatically. You don't have to worry about anything. It starts itself. It shuts itself off. It works really well. It's just a system that I think that its time has come where it's now competitive with your typical diesel APU. We're just about on par, or we are on par with them in terms of in-cab comfort. I think we're probably a little bit better in terms of now keeping the batteries charged and the battery life. The solar panels, they maintain the batteries. Say you get out of the truck, you're at home, you get out of the truck for your 34-hour reset and you're going home. You can leave everything in the refrigerator. You can leave the refrigerator run. You can leave things on inside the truck. You don't have to, strip everything out of the truck and shut everything off. And it's going to maintain the batteries above 12 volts, which reduces sulfation on the plates of the batteries. That solar just works outstanding to keep them batteries alive and extend the life of the batteries, which is one of the main concerns of an electric APU. You've got 8 batteries there. And when the systems first came out without solar, you were looking at maybe a 2-year replacement on all 8 of those batteries. So it got expensive really quick. I know some folks that have been running solar a few more years than what I've been running it, and they're getting 5 and 6 years out of batteries on these electric APUs with the solar. So that makes the system viable, that we're not replacing batteries all the time. And of course, battery technology is getting better every day. We're looking at all kinds of new batteries coming to the marketplace. So these systems, I expect, are going to get even better in the next few years, and probably run the diesel-fired APU probably out of the marketplace as the battery technology improves as well. And also keep in mind, we are still idling the engine on occasion. Fuel going through those heaters like I talked about. So it's still important that we're treating diesel fuel to keep the heater ignition systems clean and free of carbon and free of soot. And also, when that engine does start, even though it is at temperature, having the right cetane level in the fuel also helps to further drive down any emissions that may be coming out of the main engine, and it really helps to increase the durability of the emission system. So we want to continue to treat diesel fuel on every fill up, even though we have a system like this in place.
Any idea about what's the life expectancy of these solar panel things? How many years you think they might last?
The solar panels should go at least 10 years. Now, not all solar panels will go that far. I think the Merlin panels in particular will go at least 10 years. A very, very well constructed panel with a unique grid system inside that panel. So, if you do have a branch strike and it kind of hits that panel, and it may break some of the grid work on the panel. Because of the nature of the way they run the grid, it will actually just bypass right around that little broken spot, and virtually no effect on the panel at all. I mean, you would practically have to run the thing over with a steamroller, to really damage that panel to the point where it wouldn't be producing for you.
Okay. Well, interesting stuff, Joel. I know since you weren't with us last week, I think it was the week before that, where you kind of hit a significant milestone on your Alpha Driver membership thing. Was it 20,000?
That was over at Volvo Truck Masters. That's correct. We hit 20,000 members at Volvo Truck Masters. So if folks want to learn about Volvo Power, talk to some really good techs, we have a strong global presence there. I mean, if you're even interested in some of the stuff that's going on in Europe or South America or Australia, there's a lot of very good techs there that are there to answer questions, a lot of help, a lot of really good people. So a very good place to get information. The 9 Mile a Gallon Club on Facebook is also a very good place to get information for any brand when you're looking at fuel efficiency, trying to improve your fuel efficiency and productivity. The 9+ Mile a Gallon Club on Facebook is a great destination to go to as well.
Okay. And then the Alpha Drivers thing, tell us a little more about that again, what that is.
So Alpha Drivers, that is my testing and consulting business. I do have a Facebook page up and running. Still working on a website, which will be coming a little bit later this summer. Right now, and if you hadn't saw, and I had put this out, I am dealing with a heart valve issue. Actually, we'd found that I had a bicuspid aortic valve during a physical, and so I'm going to have a valve replacement. So I may be down for a week or two in the near future here while I'm getting that taken care of, but I expect to be back up and running, and it's going to give me some time to really get that website for the Alpha Drivers running. I would suspect that I'll have something going by end of July, depending on, my recovery rate out of this heart valve replacement. But I'm expecting that to go pretty well. I'm in pretty good shape, and it's the only issue I have, and they're thinking they can get in there and get that thing replaced and get me up and running pretty quick.
How did they detect that? Was it like an EKG thing? Or?
I'm not a guy that goes to the doctors. I really try to stay in shape, and I try to eat right and do the things that you're supposed to do. And I had twisted my back, and everybody was on my case about going to see the doctor for my back. And so I did, just basically to just quiet everybody up. I was sick of hearing it. And so I go to the doctor, and she's like, I think I hear a murmur. And I'm thinking, okay, right. And went to the cardiologist, and sure enough, we done not an EKG, but where they take the picture of the heart, like an ultrasound.
Yeah.
And I have a valve. It's a birth defect, and one of the platelets was fused together, so it was a bicuspid valve, and backflowing some valve or some blood into the main chamber of the heart. It's not getting all pumped out, so I've been dealing with some fatigue here lately. Just feel like you want to lay down and go to sleep all the time, and there's nothing they can do except replace it, and so. Going down to Ohio State, and it looks like I got a pretty good surgical team lined up, and we're going to get that thing fixed.
So they're just I think they can do that without they don't have to open you up. They can go in like through the leg or something and take it up in there and insert it.
Well, there are a couple options for that. Unfortunately, and this I was disappointed when I heard this. I was fully expecting we were going to do what they call a TAVR procedure, where they go up through the aortic femoral artery and place it that way. My valve is egg-shaped. It's not round, so they can't place one through the artery or through a keyhole incision because it is egg-shaped. They've actually got to get in there and do some work to bring it back to round when they put the new valve in. So it's going to be a traditional open heart, which I'm not really thrilled about, but they're telling me the shape that I'm in, that things should go pretty quick. So it is what it is, trying to keep a positive attitude, get it done, get it taken care of, and get back to work. One of the great things is, I'll be able to do things like this, the radio show, almost right off the bat. I won't be able to lift things, and by law, I can't drive a truck for 3 months after open heart surgery. So, I'm going to have a lot of time to concentrate on getting website for Alpha Drivers up and running, concentrating on on this show and the other things that I'm doing to try to help people with their specs on their trucks.
Okay. All right. Well, something, I wouldn't be looking forward to that at all. But like you said, I guess life throws you a curveball now and then. So,
well, you try to make the best of it. I'm definitely not looking forward to it. I can tell you that. But, dealing with fatigue, that is, it's something that I've never had in my life. In the last 6 months, I'm a guy that's used to working 15, 16 hours a day with no issue at all. And now I'm working 5 and 6 and, then I'm wanting to sleep 15 or 16 and you're still waking up tired. So, it's time to get it fixed. So it's, get in there, get it done and let's get back out and get running.
All right. Well, very good. Hope all goes well. Well, thanks so much, as always, for joining us here on a Monday morning. Anything we've missed, Joel? Or
nothing that I can think of. Like I said, I've been busy lining up everything to get the surgery ready, so the shows have been a little bit short and will be right up until the day of surgery. But once I get out and get back running, we'll get some more in-depth stuff going on and make the full 2 hours.
It's not a problem. Not a problem at all. Okay. Well, you have a great morning. Get some rest, as they say. And will you be with us next week, or is the surgery before then?
No, I think I should be through next week yet, and it's probably going to be early June when the surgery happens. I've got a few more tests I got to go through, but I should make one, maybe two more. We'll see.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, good to hear from you. Have a great week, and we'll chat next time around.
Awesome. Great talking to you, Steve. Look forward to the next one.
Appreciate it. All right. There you go. So what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released new guidance last week regarding mask wearing for those who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, saying that they no longer need to wear masks indoors in most settings. But as states now adapt their mandates, there is still some confusion over what people should do. Dr. Amesh Adalja is an infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University and tells Fox News how vaccinated people should proceed under the new guidelines.
If you're fully vaccinated, you have to realize that the virus is going to treat you very differently because now you are unlikely to be infected. Breakthrough infections are extremely rare, and you're not likely to spread this to other people. So you're no longer a threat to people. So that's why the public health guidance has changed for fully vaccinated people. It's also important to remember that there is a big swath of the population that is not fully vaccinated, and they need to continue to wear masks, especially indoors when they cannot social distance.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
President Biden will meet early this week with a group of Republican senators to continue negotiations over the president's infrastructure plan. The two sides met last Thursday, with both emerging hopeful that a compromise can be reached. Republicans have balked at the size of the president's more than $2 trillion proposal, looking instead for a smaller, more targeted package. Representative Ashley Hinson says she's also hopeful for a deal. The Iowa Republican tells Fox News that investing in infrastructure is important. but that not enough of the president's plan does that.
When we're talking about that package specifically, only 6% goes to roads and bridges, only about 5% to broadband infrastructure, and even less to locks and dams and ports. So when you're talking about spending more on electric vehicle subsidies than actual infrastructure, I think that's where we need to come to the drawing board. I think there is a room where we can actually find a solution that everybody agrees on, but I hope we can all come to the table and get something done.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney is speaking out after her ouster from House Republican leadership. Wendy King reports.
Just a few days after she was ousted from Republican congressional leadership over her criticisms of former President Trump, Congresswoman Liz Cheney told ABC's This Week,
I won't be part of whitewashing what happened on January 6th. Nobody should be part of it, and people ought to be held accountable.
This week, the House could vote on establishing a bipartisan commission to investigate the violence on January 6th at the Capitol. She also said the false claims about the election are harmful.
To cause that kind of questioning about our process, frankly, it's the same kinds of things that the Chinese Communist Party says about democracy, that it's a failed system, that America's a failed nation.
Cheney's replacement, Elise Stefanik, says the party is unified.
We want to focus every day on exposing the border crisis, the economic crisis, and the national security crisis in the Middle East, because it's having an impact on everyday Americans' lives.
Stefanik on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And an entire expedition to climb Mount Everest has been called off after several members of the climbing party were infected with COVID-19. Austrian company Furtenbach Adventures says the number of infections among the 51-person party at base camp is spreading rapidly. Nepal only recently began allowing climbers back onto the mountain, issuing climbing permits again in April, after canceling the climbing season last year because of the pandemic. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. I listened to that whole scenario from Liz Cheney. I would like Liz, since she's so certain there were no improprieties involved in the election, to show us the proof. You know? Pretty much accusing anyone that believes there were some improprieties is an idiot. I don't think that's the case at all. I saw some of the developments over the weekend out of Arizona. Some very odd things have been uncovered, supposedly. You've got they've been fighting turning over the Dominion voting machines so they can do like a forensic audit on those machines. And apparently the audit team has that there was a whole bunch of deleted information from a database. Now, supposedly the audit team, last I heard, have recovered the deleted database. I'm not real up to speed on what's going on there, but I believe back on Friday morning, they called for like a special meeting to discuss, quote, some serious issues, was simply the headline out of Arizona. I'll see if I can find the rest of the story on that one, but that could be significant. Could be. That was the whole idea of conducting the recount and taking a look at these machines. And then there's controversy surrounding the passwords, the login passwords. And I guess the election officials are saying, well, we don't have the login passwords. Dominion has the passwords. And Dominion says, well, no, we don't have the passwords. Yeah, the election officials would log in for us. There's a bunch of back and forth, definitely some screwy things going on there in the Maricopa County recount. That's all I know. Somebody ask Liz about that. Okay, business as usual. Back to it here as we're underway on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. It's 844-844-3388. Get some of the industry headlines coming up here. As the early part of the growing season continues in the northern plains, under our traveler's weather, heat's going to be building. It started building over the weekend, actually. In some cases, drought conditions are getting worse, raising concerns for an elevated wildfire risk from the northern plains all the way up into south central Canada. Places like Rapid City, South Dakota, Minneapolis, started off last week about 10 degrees below normal temperature-wise, but the warmth has been building steadily across the plains. Of course, now we've got the heavy rain and thunderstorms impacting parts of Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Oklahoma, even over into parts of Indiana this past day. Unfortunately, nearly all the precip continues to avoid the most drought-stricken areas, including Bismarck, North Dakota. Yeah, they're running 48% of their normal rain so far this month, and just 40% of the normal rain since the start of the year. They're way behind. About 85% of North Dakota is experiencing extreme drought, they tell us, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. 100% of the state is at least abnormally dry. The extreme drought spills into other states and even Canadian provinces, South Dakota, Montana, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. So with this upcoming heat, much of the region forecast to dry out. No relief to those areas in need of precipitation. Matter of fact, the National Weather Service out of Billings, Montana, posted an outlook from the Climate Prediction Center showing the warmer and drier future on the way for the plains. Building heat will come to a peak sometime this week. The warmth's going to move from the Rockies to the Dakotas and into the upper Midwest this week. Temperature departures ranging from 7 to 14 degrees above normal in the Dakotas, Nebraska, and Minnesota. The heat's going to build across the northern plains and south central Canada by late next weekend. Well, late this past weekend into early this week. The jet stream moving well to the north, according to AccuWeather. Okay, so it looks like your highest temperatures are actually going to be today and Tuesday. Widespread 80s anticipated. Parts of northeastern Montana, southern Saskatchewan, and southern Manitoba. Some areas may even reach into the lower 90s. Wow, that's midsummer-like temperatures for that part of the country. Miles City, Montana, Expected to have temperatures into the middle 80s on Tuesday. That's rather toasty for this time of year compared to the upper 60s that you normally see in mid-May. They're not talking records. Most places are going to fall short of records. There could be a few exceptions, they tell us. Across the Canadian border, Winnipeg, Manitoba is forecast to reach 92 degrees on Tuesday. That would tie a record there set back in 1972. In Regina, Saskatchewan, temperatures anticipated to be just maybe 1 degree shy, matching the 1901 record of 89 degrees later today. So with this intense heat, the risk for wildfires is going to increase. We saw several fires igniting in the region back in April, including the horse pasture fire in North Dakota and the Schroeder fire in South Dakota. Both of those actually covered thousands of acres. So be cautious, they're advising. Including reporting unattended campfires. Make sure you properly dispose of cigarettes and matches. Thankfully, for fire danger and drought situations alike, the warm wave's not going to stay extreme for a long time. Looks like the well above normal temperatures will continue probably into late this week, but the 80s and lower 90s will be reduced to the 70s and lower 80s by the time we get to, say, Thursday of this week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday going to be downright toasty in the northernmost reaches of the country. Okay, as we're underway here on a Monday, lots to cover here. We've got wide open lines at 844-3388. Again, 844-844-3388. What happened over your weekend? Anything exciting? All right, under the industry headlines, police looking for the people responsible with the theft of $500,000 worth of electronics from a semi-truck in California last week. According to Fox 26, deputies were called and spoke with the owner of the truck. The unidentified owner told officers that he followed the thieves' vehicle as it fled the scene packed with electronics. Described the getaway vehicle as a maroon 2016 Honda Accord with a California license plate, and he even recorded the number. They also mentioned the two white vans were with the Honda at the time of the burglary. Detectives ran the plate, learning the vehicle's registered in Los Angeles. As of Friday, no arrest had been made in the case. Anyone with information about the burglary is asked to call the Kings County Sheriff's Office. All right, next up, amazing, no injuries. 4 people hurt late Thursday afternoon after a small plane made an emergency landing on an Illinois interstate. Actually coming down on the Veterans Memorial Tollway in New Lenox, Illinois. According to CBS out of Chicago, the plane made an emergency landing due to an unknown mechanical issue after taking off from Lewis University Airport just 5 minutes earlier. Police say the pilot was somehow able to avoid every vehicle on the highway, and his quick thinking prevented a more serious accident. All 4 people inside the plane were taken to a nearby hospital. The pilot and 2 21-year-old passengers suffered broken backs as a result of the crash, but the 15-year-old passenger apparently actually walked away without a scratch. All right, I was just glad he had experience doing what he did, according to the stepfather of one of the 21-year-olds. It could have ended a whole lot different. Yeah, he's a hero. Yeah, he definitely saved all their lives, that's for sure. All right, the pilot's expected to undergo surgery for his injuries. Plane obviously cleared from the highway, still investigating what caused the incident, the mechanical issue. Now, we can start off the new week with believe it or not, a DA of the Week nominee, a truck driver who crashed his load of liquor into the back of another semi, now facing multiple charges, including a DUI. I wonder if he was sampling some of his delivery. According to the North Dakota Highway Patrol, the crash occurred on I-29 in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Authorities called to the scene a little before 11 a.m. According to the Highway Patrol, the truck driver, Brian Foose of Texas, ran his trailer hauling alcohol in the back of another semi that had just gotten onto the interstate. The truck that was struck had stopped on the shoulder. After the initial crash, Foose then drove into the median, breaking through a cable barrier and crashing into a southbound pickup truck. Several hundred feet of cable barrier damaged in the incident. The driver of the pickup was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Driver of the other semi-truck from Grand Forks were both injured in the crash. Foose faces charges of care-required, DUI, possession of alcohol in a commercial motor vehicle, and illegally carrying a concealed weapon. All right, then one other update we'll get to here before we get to your calls. If anybody wants to jump on board, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Another issue, a significant issue that we were dealing with all last week is, of course, the bridge being shut down along I-40. And the update, the Hernando de Soto Bridge will remain closed for no less than 6 weeks, they now tell us. It could be shut down for as much as 2 months, according to state officials. It'll be a number of weeks, at least, until we can have a repair in place. According to the Department of Transportation spokesperson, probably 6 to 8 weeks minimum, they're saying. Hopefully we can pull a rabbit out of the hat sooner, but public safety is most important. A lot of moving parts to look at here. Experts are now working on a repair strategy and hope to soon have some sort of an estimated timeline. Now they're saying they hope to implement a temporary repair which would allow at least some vehicle traffic to use the bridge, while the contractors work to create a long-term fix. Officials did say they hope to have river barge traffic reopened in the next day or so. I'm not sure if that report was from Friday or Saturday. I have to do a double check. They may get that opened, those barges that have been stacking up, hundreds and hundreds. All right, we're looking at 2 or 3 different scenarios of what different types of repairs could be done to get traffic up, and then from there to move on to a permanent repair. It's not clear exactly when the crack happened, according to Tennessee's governor. And he said, the crack, the bridge closure, proves the process of inspections worked. We have a regular inspection process between Arkansas and Tennessee for that particular bridge, and it was that inspection process that revealed the crack before it became an incident. All right, 72-year-old Memphis, Arkansas bridge on I-55, which is the current detour, is considerably older than the 48-year-old Hernando de Soto Bridge, but experts say a serious crack in a bridge like this is very rare. It could be attributed to a welding error during the construction, way back in the early 70s, possibly. One thing's for sure, definitely plan ahead before heading through the area, again, for at least the next few weeks, they tell us. All right, there's update for you. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind this Back to Work Monday? Okay, I think, is it James if the screener heard correctly. Is it James?
Yes, sir. How you doing this morning?
Doing fine. Thanks for being with us. How was your weekend, James?
Oh, it was pretty good, pretty good. How about yours?
Had a good weekend. Yeah, thank you.
Good. Hey, everybody's saying Trump's dangerous for challenging the election, blah, blah, this and that. Well, almost every Republican president for the last 50 years, the Democrats have said the same thing. Oh, he wasn't legitimately elected. He was elected by Florida. He was this, that, blah, blah. The hypocrisy is astounding.
That is correct, yes.
It just blows my mind. But that's really all I had this morning.
Okay. Thanks for the call there, James. Appreciate you tuning into the program out there. Be safe. I guess it depends on who you ask. Arizona's ex-Republican Attorney General calls the election a clown show. Let's see. He said the former Arizona attorney asserting that those that are carrying out the recount, rather, it's a joke, a clown show. Now, he's not a Republican anymore. He switched his affiliation to become a Democrat back in 2018. He was Attorney General for Arizona through most of the 90s, like 91 to 99. Yeah, like a number of prominent Republicans, this guy's a staunch opposer to former President Trump. You called him like the least qualified ever ahead of the 2016 election. But Friday morning, it took him at the ongoing audit launch based on the claims that there were election improprieties. Now, you could use the term rigged or stolen, whatever you want to use. All right, so what's he going to say when they spell out the irregularities that they've discovered at some point last week? All right, who's next up here? First of all, I'll tell you what, we get our news break in here, and we'll come back with more of your calls as we get the new week underway. Great to have you with us again. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Israeli Defense Forces launched another series of airstrikes into the Gaza Strip early Monday morning. The IDF confirmed the operation on Twitter, saying that they were striking terror targets in Gaza. Hamas also continued firing rockets into Israel, with one hitting a synagogue in the southern Israeli town of Ashkelon. No injuries were reported. In a televised address Sunday night, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that there was no end to the operations in sight, and that Israel sought to levy a heavy price on Hamas. Also on Sunday, 28 Senate Democrats issued a statement calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. And a train carrying hazardous materials derailed Sunday afternoon in northern Iowa, causing a large fire. The train was carrying ammonium nitrate and fertilizer when it derailed near Sibley, Iowa. Authorities said the fire was caused by spilled diesel fuel, but still ordered residents within 5 miles of the crash site to evacuate. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementia. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat, brown rhinos, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day. Our de-stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day because, remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I got an email from one of our listening friends. She had actually called the program. She sent me an email, a previous email that we had shared. Cookie. Hey, Steve, what started out as a frustrating day dealing with our CPA, who informed us that we were filing for an extension on our tax returns after having our paperwork for 2 months. What the heck? It turned out to be a good day after all. If you remember, I emailed you a while back telling you that my husband is fighting brain cancer and that I appreciated your late night program to help me make it through the night when I can't sleep. Not only do I find that truck drivers interesting and funny at times, I learn a lot from your guests like Dean Michaels. So when I stewed for several hours of the upsetting news from our CPA about the extension, we've never had to do that in our 47 years of filing taxes. I tried calling the IRS to get answers for my questions. Well, what a fiasco that was. Then it hit me. I'll call the tax doctor, Tax Help MD, and see what they can tell me. My call was answered by a real human on the second ring, and in 30 seconds, he answered my questions and put my fears at rest. I just wanted to brag on Dean Michaels, the Tax Help MD team. What a great group. I told the man who helped me out that I'm a fan of Overnight Drive and Dean Michaels, so I want to thank you for having Dean on the show. You are appreciated. I'm glad Dean was able to help you out there, Cookie. That's what he's all about. All righty, who's next up here? It's 844-844-3388. What's happening, Paul? Good morning.
Hey, this is Cue Ball.
Oh, hello, Cue Ball.
Cue Ball, Paul. Ay. Anyway, Steve, I'm sitting there thinking about this whole thing with that bridge down in Memphis came up. You know, when you started talking about it, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, they found this crack. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess they're actually doing an inspection on the bridge, you know, X-raying the beams and supports or whatever else, looking for these small little cracks. And apparently back, you know, this isn't cracked. This is like the whole piece is friggin' broken.
Severed.
Like broke off.
Yep.
Right. So just a little crack there. Okay, sure. And then they got the one guy, I don't know if there's any been updated on that or not, but like the one guy said he got a picture back from 2019 with that thing cracked. I don't know if it was broke then or not. I haven't seen the supposed 2019 picture of this thing broken.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever an update on that thing, or are they still kind of tossing around about it?
I saw the whole scenario where, the guy released it was like a drone footage from 2019. I saw that, but I don't think they've ever confirmed whether that was legit or not.
So if that be the case, who's handing out no work or no show jobs for bridge inspectors?
Right.
I'm thinking like they're literally x-raying the damn thing. Meanwhile, some blind and deaf old grandmother could have looked over the side and go, yep, it's broke. That sounds like a highly qualified pair of a bridge inspection team right there, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you kind of got to wonder what they're really doing over there. You know, this whole thing with infrastructure, it's amazing to me. For the entire Trump administration, they've been talking about infrastructure, you know, like actual infrastructure, not that fake infrastructure the Democrats are trying to push now. And these roads are just getting worse and worse and worse, and it's like they're not doing a damn thing about it. Bridges are breaking now, and like, wow, they were trying to do something for the last 4 years, and no one fit. So they need to get off their asses and get something done on this, because, man, it's just getting bad. I had an interesting question for you. So I went shopping on Saturday, and I went to the local fleet farm up in Appleton, Wisconsin. I had to get some motor oil for my truck. I was going to do a service on the truck the last week, and I never did it, but I had bought the oil for it. And then I had used, when I buy oil, I usually buy it in 5-gallon pails. Now, the truck holds 11 gallons, so I'll do is I'll buy 2 5-gallon pails and then a gallon container and then an extra gallon container, so it's total of 12 gallons. I would keep the extra one for makeup oil, as the truck does consume a little bit of oil. Okay. Not a lot, but that's all needed. So I happened to use that oil in a different truck. So Saturday I went to the store and went to buy the 2 gallons. And they were out of it, like completely out of gallons of engine oil for my truck, the 1540. They had the 5-gallon pails. They only had like 6 of them. But all the gallon containers were gone. So I had to buy a 5-gallon container and fill empty gallons so I have makeup oil. Now, this is in Wisconsin. Why in the hell are they running out of engine oil in Wisconsin when that has nothing to do with refined fuel, being diesel or gasoline or whatever form of jet fuel they're running on the East Coast? I just thought that was kind of interesting. You hear anything about
good
any
question.
weirdness in that market?
I mean, I know there's shortages of everything across the board. I haven't really heard of oil being on the list.
Yeah, Yeah, it was all like the heavy truck stuff, like your regular oil for like your cars. It seemed to have that on the shelves, but like I said, your diesel engine oil, the Rotella 1540 is what I run, and that's what they were out of, or at least they didn't have any gallons. But I didn't go anywhere else. I just decided, heck with it, I'll just throw a 5-gallon pail in it, and I'll break it up myself. And I just thought that was interesting. The whole thing with this gas shortage, come to speak on it, it's amazing to me how much do you believe that the Russian government doesn't know anything about what happened or who did it?
Yeah, right.
And if the Russian government, I kind of think that if the Russian government didn't want that to happen, as soon as it had broke the news, they would have beat the release code out of whoever did it in Russia, like the KGB or whoever else, or whatever they call the Russian federal police over there nowadays. They'd have beat that code right out of them guys. But they didn't. Those are kind of quiet about it. And now you think about it, they're saying that they paid up that ransom on Friday, the day it happened, right?
Correct.
This hacker group has like a press release, like a department. What the hell you call it? Like a public relations department. Remember they were saying, we're not trying to create the chaos. We just want the cash. Apparently they released that after they already received the money. Because what was that released on Saturday or Sunday or maybe even Monday? I don't even remember. But they were paid on Friday.
Seems like it was sometime Sunday or Monday. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, so days after, we just want... That's a good question, Cue Ball. If they had already received the cash, something sounds a little fishy.
Right. Yeah, because they were basically saying, well, wait a minute, all we're after is the money. We're not trying to create the panic and chaos. And I'm just sitting there thinking, okay, well, at first it was like, okay, just kind of telling you, okay, look, we just want the money, pay up, and it all goes away. But it turned out they had already got their money, so why are they releasing statements? And I kind of wonder if it's not like a little bit of deflection deal where the Russian government isn't saying, you better smooth this up because we're catching a little flack from it. And now the scariest part of all, now that everybody knows that's an easy, quick way to make a buck or two, what's next? Which industry?
Yep.
Which service?
Yep.
Think about it. I've been saying it for a long time. And that brings up another thing, too. What is with people that are so dead against being prepared for crap to happen? I get it. You don't want to fill, hefty bags with gasoline. That's just not a good, sturdy way to hold gas, But, like, the first one I seen on Facebook was a picture of people with 7 5-gallon pails. That's 35 gallons. You wouldn't look funny at me if I pulled up my pickup truck at a gas pump and filled it, or if I brought my boat at a pump and filled it. Pickup holds 36. The boat holds 100. So why are we picking on people that are like buying gasoline, putting them in the containers that they're supposed to be, and then going in? And everybody's busting a guy's chops about that tote. Let me ask you a question, Steve. You ever see these big tanks in the back of pickup trucks? They got the little pump in them. They usually hold diesel to like job sites to fill in like bulldozers and like to fill up your bulldozer. Because obviously you're not going to drive your Caterpillar D9 to the gas station to put diesel in it. So they put those tanks in the bed to pickup trucks to haul them, or even a lot of the guys with the hot shots, they'll run the extra tank in their load bed so they don't have to, because the truck maybe only holds 30 gallons, they can put a 100-gallon tank in the back of the truck. You've seen them, right?
Sure. Yep.
What color are those?
White, aren't they?
Yeah, diamond plate, white, black, whatever color they're painted. There's a point to where a portable gas container or whatever, like, if you get kerosene, it's supposed to be blue, diesel's yellow, and gas is red. There's a point to where the tank just gets so large, the color no longer applies, because last I checked, the gas tanker that delivered to the local gas station, they didn't paint that tanker red. and the diesels aren't painted yellow. You know, you get my point. There's a point where a portable tank is no longer really portable, so the color doesn't apply. And the guy putting the gas in the tote, those are chemical totes. That's what they haul, chemicals. So I don't understand where this whole thing is for people like, well, if they're panic buying and they're being prepared for, like, not getting gas. Well, remember those people that bought all the gas? Yeah, they're not out of gas now, are they?
Uh-huh.
But everybody else is. So I don't get that whole mentality with this. I get it, you see people putting gas in a bag, a hefty bag. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Not for nothing. How are you going to get it out of that damn bag?
How do you get it from the bag into your fuel tank, right? You're going to put it, use a straw, I guess.
Right. Right. That's where you're just not thinking. And I get it. There's a lot of idiots like that out there. But where does this mentality come from when nowadays, I'm telling you straight up, you can't rely on anything that we've lived all our lives relying on. I'll put it like this. I was a baby during the oil embargo in the 70s. I don't remember it because I was damn little. So in probably a car seat. Actually, them days I don't even know. Somebody just was laying on the seat. But the point is, I don't remember that. I've never seen gas stations out of gas unless like a hurricane come rolling through. But even there, you drive a little bit, you can find it. We've never seen anything like this. I remember not being able to get food. I remember literally relying on what I had bought prior because they were rationing, like literally rationing pork chops. So if I wanted 6 pork chops, I had to run 3 people through 3 different aisles at the grocery store to beat the rationing system. Or before the pandemic actually started getting real and the shelves were bare, I'm the guy walking out with 2 full carts full of it. So, because I know if it got as bad as they were saying it was going to get bad, if the truck stopped, what the hell are we going to eat? So I don't understand where this whole thought of not being prepared comes from. And you can't guarantee the power is going to keep. Can you guarantee that your power is going to be on tomorrow morning if some Russian hacker decides to kill the power distribution center to Cincinnati?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
Yeah. So, what about the phone? I almost said it. What about the phone we're on right now? What about the internet? What about anything? You can't guarantee anything. I'm 43 years old, almost 44. I've never seen nothing like this. And now I'm sitting there looking around thinking there is nothing that we've come to rely on that you can absolutely rely on and guarantee it'll be there in a handful of hours.
Yep.
Now, most likely the power will be on tomorrow. Most likely I'll be able to buy diesel fuel tomorrow. But there's no guarantee of that. And we're learning real quick. Everything we supposedly were guaranteed, it ain't really guaranteed. Maybe people ought to think about that. Rather than busting people's chops and picking on them because they filled up 7 5-gallon pails and put on a mere 35 gallons of fuel, maybe you think about it and say, maybe I ought to sit on a little bit of gas. That way, in case I can't get any,
yeah,
I can at least get a generator to run should we not have any power or whatever else happens. So I just don't think I think this is going to make it far worse. So if you're not awake yet, then you don't even have a pulse. Because all this is going to do is embolden them to make it worse. Keep doing this over and over and over again.
Talking to a guy over the weekend, you're talking about the cryptocurrency stuff and all that. And, I'm saying, well, if we eliminate, we become a cashless society, because he's alluding to that's the way it's going. It's all going to be digital currency. I said, well, what happens when the power goes out and the computers go down and you have no way to buy, sell, or trade because you don't have you can't use your cryptocurrency if the computers aren't working?
Well, there's something to think about there too. Anything, the monetary system, I don't know if that can or can't be hacked. So far, anything else can be. Makes you wonder, right? I mean, isn't that how they do a lot of identity thieves or identity theft? You hear the commercials all the time for this company and that company trying to, sell you a way to, lock down your information so no one else can get it. That's the other thing, Steve. This all this ransomware, they always want cryptocurrency. And I called in last week saying, I wonder if this whole cryptocurrency doesn't have to do with like the way they're destabilizing and demoralizing the nation by making people have less faith in the dollar, so they're going to alternative things. But also, I wonder if cryptocurrency isn't a method of which, well, it is. That's how they pay the ransom. They always want it in crypto because it's untraceable, supposedly, right?
Right.
I wonder if it isn't the reason why they were invented. Think about it. There's a commercial for like your computer viruses, and they say one of the catch lines on the commercial is a lot of times the antiviruses are written in the same country the virus is written in. It's almost like, you remember with the radar detectors, like the people that make the radar detectors are the same people that make the radar gun. Make you wonder if the same people that write the computer virus are the same people that write the antivirus. Or if the cryptocurrency wasn't invented so we can make these payments so you can't be caught. I don't know if that's why it was invented, but I'll tell you that sure as hell what they're using it for.
A lot of sinister things being used, cryptocurrency being used, in black market stuff.
I'll tell you this. One thing that this government ought to do in light of what happened with the gasoline here is they need to pass some kind of a law making it illegal to pay these ransoms. In other words, if you get caught, in other words, if they get crashed the system, then they crash your system, you need to go manual and get around your system that crashed. But if you pay them, if you pay that ransom, then you just encourage more of it. Yeah. So if you made it illegal to pay the ransom, maybe you wouldn't, knowing that you would never get a ransom, maybe you wouldn't ever try that. You wouldn't hack into a system for ransom if it was illegal for a utility or a government or whatever to pay it in this country. Kind of like, but then again, the war on drugs doesn't exactly work that way good either, does it?
Right.
Making drugs illegal, then exactly get rid of them, did it?
Yep. I've been doing that for how many years?
Hell, all my life, man.
Exactly.
So, yep. I don't know, man. Just crap to think about.
Cue Ball, thanks for checking in. Have a great week. Now, speaking of the ransomware, the hack organization, DarkSide, they've actually announced that they're going dark. Surprise, surprise. I think the hack group may be kind of running scared because the intel community may be closing in on them. That's what I think's going on. According to the report from The Hill, security firms in the U.S. are reporting that the group lost their online access from law enforcement. Let's see. The cybersecurity organization Intel 471 tells the Wall Street Journal that they had copied a blog post by DarkSide written in Russian that said the site was closing after an unspecified law enforcement organization cut off their access to its server and, quote, confiscated its funds. I'm thinking, wait a minute. All these ransomware hacks have been paid in cryptocurrency. What organization? Who has the ability to confiscate someone's Bitcoin? That's my question. Confiscated their funds, it says. In view of the above and due to pressure from the United States, the affiliate program is closed. Stay safe and good luck, said the blog post. The landing page, servers, and other resources will be taken down within 48 hours, it said. Of course, the FBI fingered the Russian ransomware group as responsible for the Colonial Pipeline. All right, we all know about the pipeline being shut down. So, they used the ransomware attack to shut it down. According to McAfee, the computer security website ransomware is defined as malware that employs encryption to hold your information at ransom. Now, according to the Hills report, they're saying it's not clear if Colonial paid the ransom to DarkSide to get back up and running. Yeah, Bloomberg reported that Colonial had paid out the $5 million actually within hours of the cyber attack. So getting conflicting reports on that. Did they or did they not? All right, a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, news update time, after which we'll get back to your calls. It's 844-844-3388. Again, talking about what happens when the computers stop running. If the power goes down, essentially everything in this day and age is going to come to a screeching halt. Story over the weekend. 100 years ago, on the 15th of May, 1921, it was a 100-year anniversary over the weekend. Random telegraph and telephone offices in the United States and around the world suddenly burst into flames. Fuses were blown, equipment damaged, connections severed. Undersea telegraph cable service interrupted. Aurora, as in the Northern Lights, appeared in Pasadena, California. The night sky, they say, in Boston was so bright you could read a newspaper. A railroad office and switching system in New York were destroyed. The event came to be known as the New York Railroad Solar Storm of 1921. The earth had been slapped and slapped hard by the sun. 3 successive coronal mass ejections, or CMEs for short, had first weakened and then penetrated the planet's natural defenses. And when this happens again, and it will, the after effects will make the COVID-19 pandemic look like a warm-up act, unless we're ready. And if we continue to move at the normal pace that government does, we probably will not be ready. That's where it gets very interesting, but we'll share the rest of the story coming up following our news update. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Israeli Defense Forces launched another series of airstrikes into the Gaza Strip early Monday morning. The IDF confirmed the operation on Twitter, saying that they were striking terror targets in Gaza. Hamas also continued firing rockets into Israel, with one hitting a synagogue in the southern Israeli town of Ashkelon. No injuries were reported. In a televised address Sunday night, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that there was no end to the operations in sight, and that Israel sought to levy a heavy price on Hamas. Also on Sunday, 28 Senate Democrats issued a statement calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. And a train carrying hazardous materials derailed Sunday afternoon in northern Iowa, causing a large fire. The train was carrying ammonium nitrate and fertilizer when it derailed near Sibley, Iowa. Authorities said the fire was caused by spilled diesel fuel, but still ordered residents within 5 miles of the crash site to evacuate. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow premium pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size, only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The Colonial Pipeline has resumed normal operations about a week after a ransomware attack took it offline, leading to rising gas prices and shortages at gas stations in the east and southeast. The company that operates the pipeline reportedly paid a $5 million ransom to the criminal group behind the attack. Former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper says that these types of attacks on vulnerable pieces of our infrastructure are likely to continue. He tells CNN that attacks from non-state entities are particularly difficult to hit back against.
With a nation state, well, you have more potential things you can exploit to counter such actions. But with non-nation state entities, we're in a bad place. So I have every confidence that the team that the Biden administration has assembled to deal with this will work this and come up with a solution. But it is a really tough problem. And until such time as we can create both the substance and psychology of deterrence, we're going to probably continue to have.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney is speaking out after her ouster from House Republican leadership. Wendy King reports.
Just a few days after she was ousted from Republican congressional leadership over her criticisms of former President Trump, Congresswoman Liz Cheney told ABC's This Week,
I won't be part of whitewashing what happened on January 6th. Nobody should be part of it, and people ought to be held accountable.
This week, the House could vote on establishing a bipartisan commission to investigate the violence on January 6th at the Capitol. She also said the false claims about the election are harmful.
To cause that kind of questioning about our process, frankly, it's the same kinds of things that the Chinese Communist Party says about democracy, that it's a failed system, that America's a failed nation.
Cheney's replacement, Elise Stefanik, says the party is unified.
We want to focus every day on exposing the border crisis, the economic crisis, and the national security crisis in the Middle East, because it's having an impact on everyday Americans' lives.
Stefanik on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And Sam Houston State scored with 16 seconds to play to secure the school's first ever FCS football national championship, beating top-seeded South Dakota State 23-21. The second division of college football's season was pushed to the spring by the coronavirus pandemic. The finals of the FCS playoffs are traditionally played in January, with this year's tournament reduced to 16 participants from the usual 24. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, jump back into it here on a Monday. Oh, what a great day. Because we all love Mondays, right? All right, back to the potential impacts of a CME on this planet. See, what's changed over the last 100 years is an explosion of interconnected electronic and electrical systems, which are both necessary to modern life, but vulnerable to the effects of a powerful CME. While electrical grids and other systems are at risk, none are as vulnerable, impossible to protect, and critically important to daily life as the Global Positioning System, GPS. Flying 12,000 miles above the Earth, circling twice a day, GPS satellites are exceptionally difficult to protect from the sun. Warnings that can allow equipment on the ground to be shut down or shielded are of minimal use in space. While temporarily taking satellites offline might provide some protection, sensitive electrical equipment on board can still easily be damaged or destroyed by a powerful solar event. Highly precise GPS signals are not just essential to the safety and efficiency of every form of transportation, but they have been incorporated into virtually every networked technology, including telecommunications, the internet, ATMs, and credit card transactions. A damaged GPS constellation would cause profound long-term damage to the economy and security. Some government officials have called GPS a single point of failure for America. Despite those vulnerabilities to severe solar activity, a variety of other threats, and its importance to the nation's economy and security, we have no backup or alternative plan if GPS isn't available. Now, strong CMEs, they're rare, but they are a reoccurring phenomena. Scientific research has uncovered one in 1770. Yeah, the first recorded was the famous 1859 Carrington event that set some of the early telegraph offices on fire and lit the nighttime sky with aurora borealis as far south as the tropics. There was a powerful CME that passed through the Earth's orbit in 2012. According to NASA, if it had happened several days earlier, we would still be picking up the pieces today, nearly 10 years later. So the most recent science tells us these events are not as rare as we once thought. Deputy Director of the National Center of Atmospheric Research is one of the nation's leading authorities on solar activity. He warns the next decade or so will be particularly dangerous time. We have every reason to believe the current solar cycle, which began December of 2019, could be the most active since the 1970s. This is of particular concern for GPS. Strong solar storms can charge the atmosphere and prevent signals from getting through for days. The strongest can even destroy satellites. He estimates in the next 10 years there's a 35 to 45% chance that a CME will disrupt GPS service for up to several days. To which he says the cost to our nation and economy will be measured in billions of dollars. Yeah, very interesting. And not only the sun you have to worry about, you have to worry about the threats of an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, which for the most part would have the same sort of effect as a CME. All right, back to your calls here. Thanks for hanging in there. Bradley, what's going on?
That's Red Gill, Steve.
Uh-oh.
I heard you last week talking about Red Leroy, so I thought I'd call in as Red Leroy, and I guess we got the Bradley, so I don't know. I don't think there's a solution, Steve. Would it be better if you had caller ID or something like that and just learn to recognize the phone numbers?
It'd probably be better off, wouldn't it?
I think it'd be a little more accurate. So, anyhow, Steve, first off, best of wishes to Joel with his heart operation. My oldest brother had something similar like that 14 years ago. Made all the difference in the world to him. I could see the difference. And so those things, I know he's not looking forward to it, and I wouldn't be either, but it definitely paid off for most others. So, Steve, does Liz Cheney really think she's going to get reelected in Wyoming?
She apparently thinks she is. And have you heard she's actually thinking about running for president in 2024?
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I heard her interview with Brett Barron, I think it was on Thursday, and she was, I don't know the saying in your face, but maybe that's not an exaggeration, but boy, she was definitely, the interviewer's supposed to be the one controlling the interview, and she definitely thought she should be the one to control the interview. And he had a lot of patience with that woman, but I think she's washed up herself. But who knows? Maybe she'll switch over to being a Democrat. And speaking of that AG in Arizona, he's been a controversial figure for a long time. And I think you're talking about Grant Woods, whatever his name is there. And here's a little irony, Steve. In the county I grew up there was a fellow there that was named Grant Woods that was a war hero. And he was a county official. And I mean, he was just, you had the utmost respect for him. He'd been captured when he got out of the POW camp or whatever. I think he weighed 90-something pounds. And just a good guy. And then here comes along this jerk with the same name that just tarnishes the name, and it was confusing to me as a young man. But anyhow, this guy, him blasting Trump is new, but it's something for the liberal press to grab hold of. So anything they can do to make a story. Steve, I want to change the subject here a little bit. I called you, a couple of months ago, and was talking about ordering some books online in order to get one from that Shannon Bream about women from the Bible, and it's interesting, let's put it that way. But the one thing I found real interesting about that is published by Fox News Press. Did you know Fox News had a publishing division?
I did not.
I don't know if that's worth looking into or not, but that's what it says there, Fox News Press on there, so that makes me wonder, why are they not publishing the books for, what's his name, Hawley, and who was the other, Cotton, or whoever it was that got their contracts canceled by Simon & Schuster?
Yeah.
I still don't understand, Steve, all this deal about Twitter and Facebook, why somebody like Fox or somebody like that can't come in. I know Harder tried to run competition for them, but I just do not understand why somebody else is on the conservative side cannot come in there and start up a competitor to them and give them some good serious competition. I'm just missing something on there.
Right.
Hey, Steve, you were talking about that DA there. Now, I'm not so sure that there weren't two DAs there. The guy that pulled out in front of him, I've had people pull out in front of me in a big truck, and, if I hadn't been on top of it, I might have rear-ended them. So I'm not so sure there weren't two DAs in that story. What do you think?
Yes, sir.
Speaking of accidents, I mentioned this before. Everybody that goes by a place where I live, there, I-15, southern Utah, it's 3 lanes uphill and 2 downhill. They got that 80-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I'm talking to a neighbor about it the other day. They had a fender bender, well, I guess more than a fender bender, a boom truck fluid tires and went over the other lane. Luckily, nobody got killed, but in the backup, somebody else come up and rear-ended another vehicle, and I saw that car, and it was pretty well messed up. I just not so sure, Steve, but they don't need to get away from this 80-mile-an-hour speed limit and drop back down to 75, because I know I don't see half the accidents that happen out there on that stretch, and I swear every week, just that area that I can see from my house, you see flashing lights out there, and if you go out there, somebody's lost control and out in the median or whatever, and they just, I don't think people are ready for an 80-mile-an-hour speed limit. So, did you see that Elon Musk has supposedly sold all his Bitcoin? There's a rumor on or the Yahoo News or something. Did you see that?
I did see that. Yes, I did.
Well, I just got thinking, Steve, you know, there's one amongst us. Yeah, I got part of your show there Friday morning, and you said that ransom was paid in cryptocurrency.
Yes.
Now, I think you were real accurate on that, not calling Bitcoin. You know, there's one amongst us who's made quite a bit of money in, what was it?
Dogecoin, yes.
Now, this individual's a highly intelligent individual, Steve, and he's type of individual. He don't got to exaggerate stuff. In fact, if anything, he'd downplay his experiences, and maybe he made more than that $200,000. Do you see where I'm going with this, Steve? He might have been the man that's behind that shutdown on the East Coast. He might have $4 to $5 million hidden somewhere. What do you think?
Yeah, inbred redneck. Leave it to him.
Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do, don't it? I don't mean to be disparaging, but that sounds like something he'd do. Steve, I got one final question for you. This is totally off the wall. How deep would you bury a dead horse?
How deep would you bury a dead horse? I don't know.
Yeah, my neighbor caught me at church there Sunday and said, hey, I got this other neighbor over here that's got 4 horses that are getting old. She asked me the other day if I knew somebody had a backhoe that'd come bury them in her backyard when they die. I don't think I've ever buried a dead horse, Steve. I mean, we used to have them die, they'd haul them off out in the desert, and buzzards, well, usually buzzards get to them before you thought they was dead anyhow, but I just try to figure, is there some kind of requirement? I mean, you got to have 3 foot of soil on top of them, 6 foot of soil on top of them? I'm open for suggestions if anybody's got any suggestions.
I don't know the answer to the question, but I'm thinking 6 foot under would be my guess.
Okay, that's all I got for this morning, Steve.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the whole Bitcoin thing, and it looks like Bitcoin taking another hit. Yeah, because you recall Friday morning it had gone from 59,000 a coin to 49 over a week's time. It's now down under 45. 44,973 at this point in time. Elon Musk implied in a Twitter exchange yesterday that Tesla may sell or has already sold its Bitcoin holdings. It all started with a tweet from a person using the handle Crypto Whale, which said, Bitcoiners are going to slap themselves next quarter when they find out Tesla dumped the rest of their Bitcoin holdings. With the amount of hate Elon Musk is getting, I wouldn't blame him. To which Elon Musk tweeted or responded, indeed. He's been hitting back at several different users on Twitter who are criticizing his stance on the cryptocurrency. Of course, back on the 12th, he sent out the tweet that said Tesla was going to suspend Bitcoin for car purchases and that they wouldn't be selling any Bitcoin, but that's the rumor. So if he hasn't sold it, apparently he's gonna sell it. And the cost of the crypto is reacting to that. And down over 8.5% over the past 24 hours. All right, 22 past the hour, and let me get to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. What's happening?
What's going on, buddy?
Did you have a good weekend?
Oh, yeah, the pool at the Marina Del Rey is officially open. We opened that bad boy today about 12 o'clock. It was kind of chilly, but once you got in it, man, it was nice.
Yeah.
It was really nice. But, Steve, I got some shocking news today from a buddy of mine. Now, I did not see this, but the guy, he's an old truck driver. He never told a truck driver tale to me, but he called me, and this guy, he usually doesn't have no bad words to say or nothing. He's deacon in the church, and he called me, and he said, "Where are you at?" I said, "I just left the Jimmy Artis Travel Center." And he says, "Can you get fuel down there?" I said, "Yeah, they got it. They can get 60 gallons." And he said, "Well, let me tell you what's going on up here where I am in North Carolina." I said, "Well, tell me about it." And the man, he got off on that deep end. I mean, he went to hollering and screaming. I said, "Whoa, wait a minute there, bud." I said, "Slow down a little bit there." I said, "Would you repeat what you just said?" Now, this is what he said. He said that up there in that truck stop where he was at in North Carolina, there were 3 tanker trucks, 1 gasoline truck, and 2 tankers full of fuel. Said that this truck stop up there in North Carolina, they had FEMA plastered all over the windshields. They were FEMA tankers.
Okay.
And so he walked over there and got to talking to him and questioning him, "Did you bring fuel? Can we get some fuel now?" And he said, "No." He said, this fuel is for FedEx trucks and FedEx employees. Said, "We fuel the trucks up with diesel, and any FedEx employees that's trying to go to or from work, we are filling their trucks and their cars up there so they can get to work." He said, "So in other words, you got FEMA rolled all over these tankers here, and it's our American tax dollar keeping FEMA going, right?" He said, "Well, I don't know about all that," but he said, "Yeah, that's basically what's going on." So you mean to tell me that they're taking taxpayer dollars to run an operation like FedEx? Now, there's something damn wrong with this.
Yeah, something. I mean, why would FedEx get any priority over, say UPS or anybody else for that matter?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. But I mean, the gentleman has never told me a story, and this is some of the shenanigans they're playing. Now, I talked to some of the drivers Saturday morning when I got up over there in Madison, Georgia, and I mean, they were rolling the fuel in there, and I was asking them, do they think that this crisis is over with? He said there never was no crisis. He said he said there was plenty of fuel to be got. He said we just couldn't pump it all at what they call the rack. He said the computer wouldn't work, so we couldn't get no gallons or nothing out the rack. And he said so therefore we couldn't do nothing. That was the reason all the fuel trucks were shut down and everything. But Steve, I was listening to Cue Ball talk a while ago, and I remember the oil embargo of 73, just like it was yesterday. I can remember, the long lines of gas and people getting out there slugging it out and everything else. And I mean, nobody's seen this coming. And then there was another one in about 79 or 80 that was not as bad as the one in 73. But the thing about in 73, and I know a lot of the old people that's my age and older remember it. Right after they got finished with that oil embargo, they hit us with a beef shortage. They come up and said, "Oh, they ain't got no beef. They ain't got no beef." So that's when they introduced horse meat to the American public. Nobody wasn't buying it. That didn't last very long. But if you look at the people that have been running this country for the last 40 years, they the ones that's got us in the damn mess. And how many times have we said that there is too much technology in this country? Even Bill Gates said it a year or two ago, because me and you talked about it one night on your show. That this technology has got completely out of damn hand.
Yep.
And it's just gonna be a matter of time. I mean, we got cars sitting up yonder all over. They can't move because they ain't got some damn computer chip. And if you remember, Donald Trump got up last year, about 6-7 months before he lost that crooked election, and said that he was talking to all the car companies that they needed to cut some of this technology off of these cars and trucks to where the average Joe flipping hamburgers or living on minimum wage could afford a new car. He said, because if you don't do it, you're going to price yourself right out of the market. And Steve, we're there. 6 months later, we're there. And you know, and then you get to talking about the EMP and all that. And we'll say what happens if some of that space debris comes through where them satellites is and they don't pick it up fast enough and wipe it out? We is going to be in a damn mess.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, that's I wanted to say one thing. Did you have to see any of that great race up yonder at Dover today?
I did not. No, sir. How'd things go?
Well, I missed the last 15 laps because I got that phone call from a buddy, but I know one thing: them Chevrolets were dominant the whole day up there. They put them Jaffa crappers in the back of the field and said, "See you later, bye bye." I mean, buddy, they put a butt hurting on them Jaffa crappers up there today. Hendricks was running strong. Kyle Larson looked real damn good. But other than that, Steve, I reckon we're going to go to the Marina Del Rey, take a couple of days off. The fish are jumping in the boat, committing suicide. And we're gonna see what we can do about helping some of them out.
All right. Fry them up. Very good. Thank you very much. All right. Pappy, can you hang in there through the bottom of the hour break here? Chevy Guy, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Israeli Defense Forces launched another series of airstrikes into the Gaza Strip early Monday morning. The IDF confirmed the operation on Twitter, saying that they were striking terror targets in Gaza. Hamas also continued firing rockets into Israel, with one hitting a synagogue in the southern Israeli town of Ashkelon. No injuries were reported. In a televised address Sunday night, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that there was no end to the operations in sight, and that Israel sought to levy a heavy price on Hamas. Also on Sunday, 28 Senate Democrats issued a statement calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. And a train carrying hazardous materials derailed Sunday afternoon in northern Iowa, causing a large fire. The train was carrying ammonium nitrate and fertilizer when it derailed near Sibley, Iowa. Authorities said the fire was caused by spilled diesel fuel, but still ordered residents within 5 miles of the crash site to evacuate. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, and I want to talk about dementias. There's at least a dozen different dementias. Doctors call all of them Alzheimer's disease because when you look at the payout list, Alzheimer's disease pays the most. So no matter which of the 12 dementias you have, they're going to call it Alzheimer's disease, and there's no law that says you can't have 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or all 12 of the dementias. And so you have to get rid of all the bad stuff. No fried foods, no processed meats, no oils, no gluten, no wheat bran, no sugar. And then I want you to take 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. That's 1 Healthy Brain and Heart pack per 100 pounds of body weight. I want you to take the Ultimate Niacin plus 1 of those twice a day. Our De-Stress capsules, 3 of those twice a day. That's 2 bottles a month. Then I want you to take the Ultimate Daily Classic tablets, 3 of those twice a day per 100 pounds of body weight in case you have vascular dementia. And don't forget those 3 eggs twice a day because, remember, 75% of your brain weight is cholesterol. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Now, there's one guy that's not real happy with his COVID vaccination. None other than Eric Clapton, the singer. He says it's a propaganda campaign as far as vaccine safety is concerned. Claiming he suffered alarming side effects from his COVID jabs. All right, he's been a skeptic of all the lockdowns that they've had over there in the UK and whatnot anyway, but he said his hands and his feet became useless. He was fearful that he'd never be able to play again. In a message to his music producer, he said, I took the first jab, he took the AstraZeneca, and straight away, severe reactions that lasted for 10 days, he said. He said, I recovered eventually, but suffered further disastrous reactions 6 weeks later after the second shot. My hands and feet were either frozen, numb, or burning, and pretty much useless for 2 weeks. I thought I'd never play again. I should never have gone near the needle, he said. But the propaganda said the vaccine was safe for everyone. Now, Eric Clapton has emphysema. He ended his email to the Italian music mogul saying, I've been a rebel all my life against tyranny and arrogant authority, which is what we have right now. All right. He actually criticized the government earlier this year with a song, an anti-lockdown song called Stand and Deliver. All right. That was a song in collaboration with Van Morrison, who's also apparently a critic of the lockdowns and all the restrictions that we've been dealing with for over a year now. Thanks for hanging in there. Pappy, what's going on this morning?
What's happening, Steve?
Not much.
Man, it's funny you say that. Man, I had a coworker last week had to call in sick. He got the second dose of that Pfizer. Steve, he said he was bedridden for 2 days. He could not move his legs.
Wow.
So it's just funny you say that about Eric Clapton there, that his arms and legs, he said he was bedridden. He couldn't he said it was bad. But, man, Steve, you know what I wanted to call and talk about? You kind of took my thunder, though, man. The Carrington event.
Yes, sir.
This EMP stuff.
Yep.
And this CME. Steve, we've been talking about this a long time. That's what got me into prepping about 10 years ago. I started stocking up on everything. A coronal mass ejections, for the people who really don't know what it is. The sun spewing out these massive rays that come out and they go out in a big, large loop. Thousands, if not 100,000 of miles up into the atmosphere, and they loop around and they come back to the sun. So it's like a big loop, right?
Uh-huh.
Every once in a while, these loops, it's like a rubber band, they'll break. And when they break, it spews out all that radioactivity, from the sun. The sun ain't nothing but a big, gigantic ball of nuclear reactor. So it depends on the positioning of the sun. These things, when you said they were rare, they're not rare. They happen all the time. It's just that the positioning of the sun, where these things break in relationship to where Earth is or where Earth is going to be, right?
Right.
What, 98 million miles away, So how they talk about taking a direct shot, and they happen all the time. But if they get a large one, it breaks, and the Earth passes in that spot where all this radio activity happens. That's what's bad. It happens all the time, every day. The sun puts out enough of this stuff, but our electromagnetic field is what protects us from all this. That's what causes the northern lights.
Yep.
Most people know this. I don't know, Steve, if you heard this or not. Scientists are talking about a polar shift. Have you heard any of this talk?
That's been going the discussion for several years, where the North and South Pole reverse, correct?
Correct. Now, they think this happens every 10,000 years or so. And unfortunately, there wasn't, people around 10,000 years ago can tell us exactly what happened. So they're guessing, that this does happen. Now, when this does happen, scientists believe that our magnetic field decreases during the time of this shift. And they're not sure how long the shift will last. So if this happens in our lifetime and this shift goes on, and it takes a while for the shift to occur, and we get hit by one of these coronal mass ejections, we're in trouble. because the magnetic field is not there to protect us at all. And the problems with the big ones, why they call them massive, is because they're so massive that they just penetrate through our electromagnetic field to the point where, they're just so big, we can't take the hit from it. I think there was one back in, I want to say 88, 89. I think I mentioned this before on one of the shows. New York, Canada, took a hit by one. All the power went out.
Yep.
Remember watching the news. It showed everybody walking across the bridges on New York because the subways were down. These truckers might, when your GPS, when you're driving around in your car, I mean, as much as I drive, and these truckers drive, you notice that all of a sudden your GPS ain't working quite right. It's going to show your location where you're not. It might show you, a half a mile away, quarter mile away, or it starts thinking. That's all because of the interference in the atmosphere up there, from these satellites, Steve. Get interference from the sun is what causes that.
Yeah.
And
so if the power grid goes down, if the power goes down, your computer goes down. Your ability to pump fuel essentially goes down. Your ability to go ATM and get any cash goes down. I mean, everything comes to a screeching halt.
Yes, sir. And if you think these, coronal mass ejections are bad news, we talked about the EMPs, electromagnetic pulses, man. I mean, North Korea has them. We tested one over the Pacific Ocean in the 60s, knocked out all the power in Hawaii. They weren't quite expecting that. But I think I told you before, these substations that are around the country that have these massive transformers, not the small ones on top of your typical telephone pole, but we got these substations around the country. And I told you that if some of these larger transformers go, and they all go at once, there's several years in replacing these things.
Yep.
Years. So, I mean, you can just imagine if the power goes out for just a year. I mean, Steve, they're talking about if an EMP hits, we could have no power for 10 years. And if you could just picture it for a year, I mean, all the generators are going to run out of fuel. You might not want to survive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, much of the population would not survive. I mean, in a matter of months, people will be dying off
there
in mass numbers.
Yes, sir. There was estimates that 70% of the population would be gone in 6 months because they're not prepared. I've told you I got enough. Man, remember the toilet paper shortage when it hit?
Yes, sir.
Didn't bother me a bit, Steve. I had 5 months supply of toilet paper already in this house. I wasn't worried a bit. I got enough to hunker down for 4 months in this house. If need be, I don't have to leave the house. Enough food, water, medical supplies, batteries, you name it, I got it. So hopefully, I don't know if it's a good thing or not. Like I said, man, something like that really did happen. I don't know if you'd want to survive, man. Yeah, that's how tough it would be. But that's human nature to keep on trucking.
Yeah.
So
it'd be kind of like a hell on earth for a while.
Yes, sir. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Here we come.
Yep.
Did you happen to check your, real quick, your messenger? Did you get that video I sent you?
I don't think I haven't checked my messenger.
Kind kind of like the Prince of Bel Air little video. The Prince of Stratton. If you get a chance, check it out, Steve. I thought it was quite funny.
Okay, I'm pulling up Messenger as we speak, so I'll see if I'll pull it up.
Hey,
all right. Have a good morning, Pappy. Thanks for checking in. Now be safe, whatever you're doing out there. Hey, just to give you, a little reality check, because they're not saying if it's going to happen. It's just when it's going to happen, because it's inevitably going to happen. You can go to spaceweather.com, and they track these CMEs, and the headline this morning is minor G1 class geomagnetic storms are possible May the 18th and 19th, when a pair of coronal mass ejections is expected to hit Earth's magnetic field. Those two CMEs left of the sun on consecutive days. One from sunspot 2822 on May the 13th. The next from sunspot 2823 on May the 14th. Individually, the CMEs appear to be weak, rather insubstantial. However, they could add up to a geomagnetic storm when they arrive in quick succession this Tuesday, a.k.a. tomorrow. So these are small ones, but yeah, the sunspot activity has been, we've come through the solar minimum, and we're beginning to ramp things up once again. You can go back, they could take you all the way back to 2006 right now, and you can see the number of days when we have not had any sunspots. So far this year, there have been a total of 46 days with no sunspots. Gee, this looks like the last peak would that have been 2015? Yeah, between 2011 and 2015. Yeah, 2011, there were 2 days without a sunspot. 2012, 2013, no days. There was sunspot activity every day. There was 1 day in 2014, no days in 2015. Then they started going into the solar minimum, as they call it. 32 days with no sunspots in 2016, 104 in 17, 221 in 2018, 281 days without a sunspot in 2019. So you see the trend. All right, what are we looking at? About 11 before the hour. It's 844-3388. Well, today is the day, yes. Today brings a close to what the tax advisors have dubbed the never-ending tax season. With the IRS scrambling to cope with repeated changes in the law that offer just a foretaste of the challenges to come, with President Biden pressing for a number of higher levies and stepped-up audits. Since the start of the pandemic, Congress authorized 3 rounds of stimulus checks, of course, temporary expansions to tax credits and deductions, repeated rule changes on the treatment of loans sent to small businesses, special unemployment benefits were also distributed, with lawmakers later revising their tax treatment. The most recent changes were actually enacted just back in March, barely a month before the traditional tax deadline. Under pressure from legislators, the IRS commissioner agreed to extend the due date to May the 17th, where we find ourselves today, with the IRS having to operate under the stricter pandemic guidelines over the past year. More than 8 million individual returns were awaiting manual review as of early April. They say there's 5.3 million 2019 and 2020 paper returns also waiting for processing. For tax preparers, the pace of recent months is kind of a sampler of the intensity that's going to be looming if Democrats succeed in boosting income and capital gains taxes that Biden's proposed. We tried hard to eat, sleep, and dream the tax laws this season, according to one public accountant. All right, today's deadline only applied to individual tax returns. Form 1040 did not include other types, such as estates. Quarterly taxes due from many small business owners and self-employed individuals were also unchanged. At the state level, there were very widely varying approaches in extending due dates. More Americans turned to professional preparers this tax year because of all the changes. Of course, there's also difficulties getting any advice from the IRS. Staff had answered only 2% of the roughly 75 million taxpayer calls to the IRS's 1040 telephone line during the filing season. So that's kind of what Dean was talking about last week. If you're going to try to call the IRS, the odds of you're actually even getting through, it's almost non-existent. 2% of 75 million calls. All right, about 7 before the hour, and it's 844-3388. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Not a whole lot. Hey, that's why I use a tax preparer to protect myself from the government. It shows, I go short for them anyway, but it shows that I'm doing the best I can to do it honestly. I'm not trying to gyp the government out of anything. I've got a third party in there, and so, you do the best you can on that. Did you get a chance to see, they had it on Facebook, there was a whole fleet of automobiles in France. They're fairly new, just a few years old. They're all battery-powered automobiles. They're like police cars. They're mainly official vehicles. And they're all battery-powered. And they're all sitting out in the field, and they're basically junked. Because at this time, to refit them with the new batteries, apparently it would cost them as much as the price of the whole car.
Really?
And I sort of wonder, and I understand Joe's trying to inform us what's coming down the pike in trucking industry. But I'm sorry, solar panels on the truck, all this extra stuff, electronics in the truck, and just when that happens, that truck, burn up the electronics. You can see a whole truck, the nation's truck fleet just, taking a nosedive and being stuck out in the middle of the road. It's, boom. And then also, who is benefiting from all these batteries? We already know. What about the solar panels? Where do they come from? All this technology, where is it coming from? And it just feels like America's getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and we're going to be so dependent on our enemy, and they won't have to fire a shot. And you got to go from my point of view, which is, my employer buys used vehicles. So I'm trying to think, now he buys some new ones for the flatbed fleet, but for us out working, they're 3-year-old, whatever. Just trying to upgrade it. Can you imagine having a fleet of tractor and trailers sitting there, totally useless? They're only 3, 4, 5 years old because it would cost the price of the tractor to upgrade the battery system. I like how it said in that news article on Facebook is everybody's looking at the front end about electric power, but no one's looking at the far end. So here we got all these automobiles that are basically junk, totaled, I guess, if it costs as much to recharge them or to put new batteries in all them than it would to buy a new one. You've got windmill blades. They don't know what to do with them, so they're burying them. Batteries, don't know what to do with them. Nobody, thank God we listen to it and we get it on here, because they ain't talking about it on the news at all, about all the far end of this Green New Deal. And as I remember, if I'm correct, that EMT on the old cars, all you have to do is change battery, distributor, and then you're good to go again. Because that's, on the old style. I mean, if you had a pickup from the 60s, I mean, it'd be a short time, you'd be back on the road. So I'm just, you can see how well trucks, in the fuel, not enough truckers or not enough trucks. Now, how things worked out. Can you imagine if that EMT and every truck just lands flat on its nose?
Right.
No communication. All right. Is there not a way? We know this for years. Somebody said earlier, I think Pappy, they already experimented in the 60s, and so they know it's going to happen. How come? I mean, they keep pushing all these regulations. Why come they don't put these regulations that protects our vehicles, our fleets that are very vital, our personal vehicles, everything? They can put up a set that I understand they have a way to protect. I guarantee you our important government vehicles will be protected from that EMT or whatever. So I missed part of the show because my girl cousin called me. She's suffered from lung cancer, so I'm gonna let her talk. But I got Joe's some of that story, and it just, as I listened to him talking about the newer technologies, it just felt like, we're just giving it over to China, all this technology, because I guess the best solar panels come from China, and the best, the battery material comes from there. And I just wish I had been able to call him up and ask him, are they addressing that?
Yeah.
Because fuel mileage means nothing if the truck's sitting dead in the middle of the road. And so, other than that, just enjoy this. That's a burden. Boy, I hope I didn't bring anybody down. But yeah, it just. And I want to say this. Thank you, Moose. Moose, we're talking on the 7th hour of the program, I call up Moose and having a good talk. They got me in another truck, K900. And everybody in the company's been saying, oh, it's a gas, it guzzles. They think it's the drivers, because it's the big trucks. I'm sitting there talking to Moose. Moose says, well, son, how fast you driving? I said, I'm doing 55. He says, what's your RPM is that? I said, 1,300. He goes, whoa. So wait a second. He got out the calculator. He said, son, you got little rear ends in that truck. You need to get big rear ends put in that thing. It shouldn't be down there around 1,000 RPM. And so I get into my employer, and I tell him, what the situation is. Now, this thing's a 2004. Why in the world they had set it up like that? I mean, when you're running 65 miles an hour, you're up to 1,500 RPM. You're just, you're laying up against the upshift, So that's why it's chewing up the fuel. And I told my employer, and my employer said, well, we'll get her, we'll make plans to get it fixed. Or there's two of them that's chewing up the fuels, and they've been saying it's just because the drivers keep their foot in it. So I want to hand it. You tell you what, people may not think Moose know what he's talking about. That old boy fixed it. Well, he was going down the road that way, and I was coming down the road this way, and I mean nobody understood or knew why this thing was doing what it's done. I was able to hand that to him. Made me look like a freaking genius to my employer. So that was good. And my employer did ask me, because he's got these Cascadias and everybody's fighting for these K900s. And he goes, so what's the difference? Do I need to buy a bunch of them Kenworths? And what, do I get more Cascadias or what? I said, hey, listen, I'm just a driver. I'm not going to tell you what kind of trucks to buy. So he goes, well, what's the difference in them? And I looked at him. I said, well, look at that Cascadia over there and look at that K900. It's sort of like making love to an ugly woman and making love to a pretty woman. He just stood there, turned and walked off. And I can only tell you, I like making love to a pretty woman. So that's what we're doing tonight in our K900. I don't know how long they're going to let me keep this thing till they, like I said, because it's chewing up the fuel. It does 20 more gallons a day. And, you know, it 5 days, that's 100 more gallons just to run this thing a week in 5 days. So $3 a gallon.
Yeah.
You can see it's expensive. But my boss said this, because he said, run it. Put one more run on that week, and that'll take care of it. So until they get it fixed. But I just want to thank Moose, and I'll just tell you what, we got that 7th hour and a lot of great guys. They all started with Steve Sommers and the overnight drive, and I really appreciate it. Like Heatwave says, we do radio withdrawal over the weekend, and I really appreciate y'all. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the trip, 10-4.
Good to hear from you, Chevy Guy. Thanks for sharing. I know you were probably happy to get out of that other old truck because all you did was complain about that other one, right? There you go. As we roll into a Monday, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that mask wearing and social distancing should continue in the nation's schools, at least through the end of this school year. That guidance coming days after the agency adjusted its guidance for fully vaccinated adults, saying they don't need to wear masks indoors any longer, except for in crowded areas. The CDC says the reasoning behind keeping the school's guidance in place is most school-age children are not vaccinated. The Pfizer vaccine was recently approved for use in children ages 12 to 15. And the deadline for filing federal tax returns is Monday night. The Treasury Department added an extra month to the deadline back in March to give people more time to file amid the pandemic. The deadline has been pushed back even further for residents of Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas. Their deadline has been pushed to June 15th as a result of the federal emergency declarations during February's winter storms. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The United Nations Security Council held an emergency meeting Sunday as the violence between Israel and Hamas continued.
Medics in Gaza are reporting the death toll from an Israeli airstrike is 42 people. The United Nations Security Council in New York had an emergency meeting to discuss the escalating violence in Israel and Gaza. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the violence. He said he's now calling for both sides to return to the bargaining table.
The only way forward is to return to negotiations with the goal of a two-state solution, leaving two states side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states.
From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And the UK government has not made a decision on accepting Pfizer's donation of COVID vaccines for the country's Olympians ahead of the Tokyo Games in July. Vaccines are currently only being administered in the UK to people 38 years and older, although that will drop to include 35 and older next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
One GOP lawmaker is moving to try to reinstate one of former President Trump's border policies to try to stem the flow of illegal immigrants into the U.S. Tim Berg reports.
Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn introduced legislation seeking to reinstate former President Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy to curb the recent surge of illegal immigration at the U.S.-Mexico border. The bill, named the Make the Migrant Protection Protocols Mandatory Act, would require illegal immigrants who cross the southern border illegally to remain in Mexico until their case is heard. Austin Skiro is with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection down in Del Rio, Texas. He shares the latest immigration numbers in his sector.
Our single adult numbers are up almost 450%. Our unaccompanied children numbers are up almost 250%. Family units, almost 250%. This past April, we caught around 21,000 people here in the Del Rio sector. That's more than we caught the entire first 7 months of last fiscal year.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame announced their class of 2021 one day after a delayed induction ceremony for the class of 2020. This year's class is headlined by Boston Celtics star Paul Pierce, 11-time All-Star Chris Bosh, Chris Webber, and Ben Wallace. Also to be inducted, coaches Rick Adelman, Jay Wright, and Bill Russell, who won 2 championships behind the bench. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, that's where we are. The Hot Shot Secret Bunker on a Monday morning. The Middle East. What a mess. What happens next? Israel said they faced the highest ever rate of rocket attacks on their territory with this latest confrontation. Hamas, that controls Gaza, since last Monday, more than about 3,000 rockets have been launched out of Gaza towards Israel. So they've surpassed the pace during the escalation in 2019 and even the 2006 war with Lebanon's Hezbollah. The commander of Israel's home front presented a graphic to reporters with data of rockets fired toward Israel in past years and now. Israel actually bombed the home of Hamas's chief early on Sunday. Israeli airstrikes killed 33 Palestinians, including 13 children, in Gaza early on Sunday. At least 181 have been killed in Gaza since last Monday. The United Nations Security Council was due to meet later on Sunday to discuss the worst outbreak of Israeli-Palestinian violence in years. UN Secretary General reminded both sides that any indiscriminate targeting of civilian and media structures violates international law and must be avoided at all costs. Now, both Israel and Hamas, the Islamic group that runs the enclave, insisted they would continue their cross-border fire after Israel, I don't know if you've seen the video or not, but yeah, very frightening. They destroyed a 12-story building in Gaza that housed the United States Associated Press and the Qatar-based Al Jazeera media operations. Now, Israel said, hey, we are certain that Hamas was operating out of that building as well. It was a legitimate military target. Hamas military offices. And it was given advance warning to civilians to get out of the building. Of course, the Associated Press condemned the attack, asked Israel to put forward evidence. They said, we've had no indication that Hamas was in the building or active in the building. All right, so back and forth. Israelis dashing for bomb shelters as the sirens warning of incoming rocket fire blared in Tel Aviv, as well as the southern city of Beersheba, where about 10 people were injured while running for shelters, actually. So a number of strikes taking place. What got it all started? Hamas started rocket assaults last Monday after weeks of tensions over a court case to evict several Palestinian families in East Jerusalem, and in retaliation for Israeli police clashes with Palestinians near the city's Al-Aqsa Mosque. Islam's what they call third holiest site that was going on during the holy month of Ramadan. So that's where it all started, but yeah, the Zionists thought they could demolish the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They thought they could displace our people. I say to Netanyahu, do not play with fire. Cheers from the crowd. All right, so again, it's something that's been going on pretty much my entire lifetime. But you have a flare-up like this, destroy. The Palestinian territory ends up decimated, and things settle down, and we all start sending international aid in there to try to rebuild. And of course, while we're trying to help in a humanitarian way, as they call it, for the Palestinians to rebuild, Iran continues to flood that territory with more and more rockets and more advanced weapons for the next flare-up that may happen 2 or 3 or 5 years later. So it's a vicious cycle that's been going on over there. All right, back to the calls here. What's happening in Florida this morning, Philip?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Doing well.
Hey, that's an 800-year war over there I wouldn't want to get into, and that's something to be such sacred ground on earth. I mean, that's by what everything, as anybody as a Christian knows, that's the sacred ground over there.
Yeah,
There's a lot of war happening. What do you think?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Steve, I got a question for you regarding the vaccine. Do you think that if an individual does not want to get the vaccine, that it could be taken up into a situation like Roe versus Wade?
I don't know what do you I don't see the parallel there. I think there's going to be there's undoubtedly going to be court cases involving it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, whereas a person does not want to do that to their body type of thing. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Do you think it could be taken to that level?
I full well expect it will be. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it will be too, because just seeing how these corporations are lining up and everything about it and everything, they're making somebody do something that they don't want to do. And even the government, I mean, it could be, because the government's pushing it so far. But just a question I wanted to ask, and anybody that's out there listening that they could think about that situation and think about it could be taken that far. But guess what, Steve? We're after May 15th now, so you know what that means? That means we're going to start looking at maps and watching weather from now on until November. What do you think?
Yeah, hurricane season, yeah.
Yeah, they're already talking. There's a little thing out there in the Gulf that might happen toward the end of the week, but I haven't got dusted off my computer monitor to look at stuff all the time like I used to, but I'll get back at it looking at Mike's weather page. And by the way, if anybody wants to track weather, go to Mike's weather page. It's amazing.
Okay.
He does an awesome job. But yeah, it's coming. And also SN15, it's back on the pad. So let's see if we're going to launch it again and let her go. I know there's a reference that was made on YouTube the other day that Elon wants to go orbital this year with those. So let's just stand back and watch the story and see what happens. I mean, that facility is coming along amazing. They're getting a lot of things in place, but I don't know. Do you think they'll go orbital this year?
You mean like just to make some rotations around the planet kind of thing?
Well, they're speculating they're going to take a Starship and they're going to do like, sort of like we did the first time we got up in orbit with the first man or whatnot. We're just we're going to go around in an unmanned vehicle and then bring it back. I don't know. I think he's a long way from doing that. And as far as what Chevy guy was talking about earlier, hey, Chevy guy, just to let you know, I found this out yesterday. Guess what? Chevy's not building Camaros right now because of this chip shortage. So they've stopped production on the Chevy Camaro right now. And that fancy EV Mustang, that's on hold too as well because of these chips. They better get it. They better get it together because all these kids out here playing these games that have their computers and they need more power and all this stuff with their sound cards. Guess what? Sound cards have gone up now for computers. So a typical $300 to $400 sound card's now over $1,000 for a computer.
Wow.
So, and by the way, if anybody wants to buy a computer, it's going to go up as long as we can't get them chips. So I hear they're using Kentucky Speedway to park vehicles at now because they ain't got nowhere to put them at. Did you hear that, Steve?
There's thousands of them. The pictures are just amazing. Yeah, thousands of Ford pickup trucks down there.
Yeah, and everything's on hold. I mean, even think about this. Elon might have a problem with these Teslas because if they got chips in them that need, them Teslas might be parked too. So you ain't got no oil or gas car or oil or electric cars running out here. So y'all need to get it together and figure out what's going on. As far as electric going in the trucking, me, myself, and I don't think it's going to happen no less than 10 to 15 years if it happens. Totally. There's absolutely no way you can get rid of all the oil, fossil burning fuel vehicles and bring in electric by what they say, 2039? Is that what they want?
Something
Steve,
like that,
30,
35, something like that, yeah.
Okay, there is absolutely no way. I mean, like Chevy guy said, there'll be a lot of junk sitting around that people need to do it. The guy that's going to make the money is the guy who figures out how to make one of these gas guys go electric, but it's all a hoax. They just want to get it. They just want to show it more each day. I mean, I think about this, guys, with that pipeline going down, do you think that put a card into the electric side of the deal saying, look, this is how dependent on fossil fuel we are. We shut a pipeline down. And now these people are all without fuel and they're freaking out. It's just their way of doing everything and going green. I don't have a problem with being green, but sometimes you got to break the cycle to do it. I mean, look at California. If California had their diesel-fired plants and their power goes down because of the dryness out there and everything happening, and we got to shut all the power down, and they had their diesel-fired plants out there, they wouldn't have that problem now, would they? So it's feast or famine with this deal. So, but that's all I got going today, bud. I hope you have a good one. Thanks, Steve.
All right, Philip, thanks for checking in. Have a great morning and a great Monday. Yeah, it's the shortage of semiconductor chips may end up costing the automotive industry $110 billion in revenue. According to the consulting firm Alex Partners, that's almost double the prediction that was made just in January. I mean, it's going from bad to worse. The firm found in their analysis that the auto industry will likely produce roughly 3.9 million fewer vehicles this year than they first thought they would. While some products that are set to debut in 2022 will in all likelihood face delays. The next few weeks should be the worst, according to Alex Partners. He said this shortage could actually last into next year before things have any chance of clearing up. And that's if nothing else goes wrong. There are simply going to be instances where they won't be able to get all the parts. While auto manufacturers expected demand to drop during the pandemic, with all the people confined to their homes, to the lockdown and all that, sales in April hit record numbers for many of them. But many manufacturers had drastically reduced their orders of parts, including semiconductor chips, and now they're scrambling to find resources, especially since many of those manufacturers found alternative customers in the consumer electronics industry, like Philip was just talking about. Then you had the late season ice storm in Texas that impacted many semiconductor chip plants in that state, a fire at a major plant in Japan, and a drought in Taiwan, forcing that country to lower production. I said for a while it felt like a badly written comedy, the size, the scale of things breaking. Now we're really starting to feel the pain. All right, all these things are major issues for the auto industry right now, which in turn has driven home the need to build supply chain resiliency and bring more of that manufacturing back here to the United States. Philip also asked the question about the vaccines and will it be going to court? Yeah, undoubtedly. When some employers, or even in the case of many colleges that are mandating you take the vaccine. Over the weekend, the CDC said any mandates requiring people to be vaccinated will be set at the local level by individual companies and institutions, things like colleges. It may very well be that local businesses, local jurisdictions will work toward mandates. Speaking on Meet the Press this past day. Yeah, that's going to be locally driven, not on a federal level. Separately, he said that colleges and universities that may enforce vaccine mandates for students, and that the cruise ship industry may also consider it for people about to embark on a multi-day journey at sea. Of course, the CDC announced that Americans vaccinated against COVID are now clear to shed the mask in public at most times. So that's kind of created some confusion on who should continue to wear a mask and who, if anyone, should police our vaccination status. If we don't have a mask on, hey, where's your vaccine card? Are we going to have the vaccination cops, right? That's the vaccine ID. But it's going to be a very difficult situation. I think it's really going to have to be industry by industry. Let me see. I saw Ron on Saturday. Little Aubrey had her very first birthday party. So I had a big celebration for little Aubrey. And we was talking about the vaccine. Ron said he had got the Moderna vaccine the day before. So I guess he got it on Friday. And he said didn't really have any effects Friday night. But by Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, he said just his whole upper torso level, he said just he felt ill, feeling like crap. I said, was that your first or your second shot? He said, that was my first. He said, so I said, in most cases, it's the second shot that really makes, for those that have the negative side effects, normally the second one is the one that gets you. Now, I said, well, did you talk to your doctor about getting the vaccine? Because he had COVID. He's already had it and recovered. He had it last year. I said, did you ask him about whether you might just need one shot versus two since you've already had the COVID? I think he's planning on going ahead and getting his second shot here in, 4 weeks, I guess it is, something like that. So everyone has a different physical reaction. All right, got about a minute before we hit news update. What are we paying more for now? Yeah, we've been talking about chicken for some time. Of course, we're paying more for gasoline. Yeah, you're paying a whole lot more for a home. Lumber prices continue off the charts. Even used cars and trucks are jumping dramatically. I think some of that can be attributed. You've got the lack of new cars on the dealership lots, which is driving up the value of used cars. Yeah, we'll dig more into what's the culprit for all this. Why is it all going up in price? Consumer prices in April up 4.2%. Pretty significant jump. So get more on that ahead. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. Jump on board here this Monday morning. It's 844-844-3388. I neglected to jump over to our little chat board this morning. How did I do that? I just totally forgot about it. I guess because we had Joel on for the first hour and whatnot, just didn't cross my mind. Dale checks in from Jacksonville, 66 this morning. Nice ride to work on the motorcycle. Y'all have a safe week out there, drivers. Let's see if we can keep Steve up. He looks a little droopy after the weekend. Am I looking kind of peaked? Yeah, I did not get to bed for my Sunday night into Monday morning early enough. Guess I only got about 6 hours sleep, so I do kind of feel like I've been hit with the ugly stick. Richard checking in from Central Florida, wishing everybody a fine day. Captain Ron checking in from Ocala, Florida. Happy Monday, everybody. Miss Millie, good morning, Steve. A nice 58 degrees here in Kentucky. Looking forward to a great program. Be safe out there, drivers, and a huge thank you for all you do. Buckeye Boy checks in from Corpus Christi, 78 degrees, a little humid. Got a lot of rain between Houston and here. I saw lots of areas on Highway 59 that were flooded, and a lot of the access roads were flooded as well as part of 59 northbound. I think it's going to get worse when the runoff gets to the lower areas. Yeah, because you've seen a lot of rain there in Texas continuing tonight. Chris says, good morning, truckers and night shifters. Let's see. Dean forgot to mention I had no problem getting fuel on my way here. And we already spoke to Pappy, but he did check in. Get the week started right with Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. And here we are. Zorro says, Atlanta, Georgia still has about 40% of the stations out of fuel there. So still some problems. Yeah, what else? Tank, good morning, Steve. Hope you had a good weekend. Nice night here in Memphis, 74 degrees. Getting my wiggle wagons hooked up to head out to Fontana, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. And we'll get to some of the others coming up here. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that mask wearing and social distancing should continue in the nation's schools, at least through the end of this school year. That guidance coming days after the agency adjusted its guidance for fully vaccinated adults, saying they don't need to wear masks indoors any longer, except for in crowded areas. The CDC says the reasoning behind keeping the school's guidance in place is most school-age children are not vaccinated. The Pfizer vaccine was recently approved for use in children ages 12 to 15. And the deadline for filing federal tax returns is Monday night. The Treasury Department added an extra month to the deadline back in March to give people more time to file amid the pandemic. The deadline has been pushed back even further for residents of Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas. Their deadline has been pushed to June 15th as a result of the federal emergency declarations during February's winter storms. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Looking through some of the other comments. Yeah, I caught that when he said it. I figured most people would realize that it was just a slight misspeak. Back in hour one when Joel was talking about reducing idle time. And he's, a truck will idle an average of 1,000 hours a week. He meant to say 1,000 hours a year, okay? Because JD said, how the hell is it possible for a truck to idle at an average of 1,000 hours a week when there's 1,000 hours in a week? Okay. All righty, yeah, that's what he meant. 1,000 hours in a year would be the average time. Just so you know. All right. Miss Millie said, yeah, prayers for you, Joel, for complete healing. The whole heart valve thing. Let's see here. Bob checking in from Columbus. Hope everybody has a safe day on the road out there. Really enjoy the show, Steve. Thank you so much. Kentucky Ken, good morning, overnight drive. Let's be safe out there. Kentucky Ken, serving a busy night. Oh, that's not a good time, right? Sylvester checking in. Beautiful afternoon in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. Loving the show, as always. Let me see here. Ricky says, I'm a ham radio operator. I can guarantee my radio will turn on tomorrow. Okay. Guess that means he's got, talking about the solar storm stuff, I guess he's got backup, right? So thanks for checking in. We've got Heat Wave on the line, after which we will have clear lines. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. What's going on? How was your weekend there, Heat Wave?
Good morning, senor. Well, it's going, and it went, so we're still out here working it. We got that white line fever. We're trying to figure out where this white line ends, and it don't seem like it ever ends. Oh, yeah, I understood what Philip was talking about, the Roe versus Wade, my body, my choice. It sure seems to fit the liberals' narrative when it comes to abortions, but when it comes to the vaccines, oh, no, you got to do what the government says or what the people in the, up in government say. I understand what he's coming to, and I bet you it will. I bet you somebody is going to come up and say, we don't want to do it. You can't force us to do it, and here it is. So, yeah, we, I don't know if I mentioned it on Friday morning, but we had another incident with a two-legged critter running around our neighborhood. So I went ahead and I called my insurance group, USAA, and they put me directly to ADT. So we're going to have a security system installed on our house come Friday. And one of those cameras has got a night vision cycle. So we're definitely going to figure out just who and what this thing is that's bugging Mama and my daughter. And it's like I told the sales lady, I said, look, my wife's got a 38 she's sleeping with, and my daughter's got a shotgun. So I said, I hope it ends well on film instead of in the news. It's the Israeli-Hamas conflict. You nailed it right on the head when you read it. Hamas started it. Mm-hmm. And now they're acting like they're the poor victims of aggression from the Israelis. Well, you know what? You don't want to be the aggressor to the people who are the right hand of God. Uh-huh. I mean, you're going to get wiped away. And there's just nothing to it. And all these idiots in our government, the Democrats, the United Nations that are trying to get a ceasefire here, we need to talk. We need to do this. Well, you've been doing it forever, and nothing has got done. I think when Trump was in there, his son-in-law Kushner was doing the best that he could to secure at least 4 of the nations around Israel to agree to a peace treaty. And I think had Trump been in office, Iran would have never gotten money that Joe's given them. And then Iran wouldn't be giving that money to Hamas, who's got obvious links to buy these weapons, these rockets. I mean, who in the hell throws 1,000 rockets at somebody and then kind of like this way station I'm coming up on in Oregon being open. Wow, it's open. I'll be down. So, anyways, we was talking to me and Flyrod. We have ourselves a manager for this upcoming wrestling match, and it's the vice president of H&H. He said, I'll go ahead and I'll manage you guys and I'll train you guys. And I said, oh, you don't have to worry about me. He said, I've got a treadmill at the house and I've got it set at full speed ahead.
Yeah.
And I said, because I'm going to get in that ring and I'm going to hit that ring just like that treadmill, full speed ahead from 0 to 100. And I think amongst the 3 of us, one of us is going to go down faster than Linda Lovelace at a Viagra convention. Oops. So I know I'm going to go first, and I'm going to get in that ring, and Moose will just have to look at me, and I'll drop down, and I'll roll out and tag old Flyrod, and that way he can go in there, and I'll keep on running straight to the dressing room to the car. So we'd like to have it set up for the 4th of July, but I don't know if Moose is going to be, if he's going to be healed up by then. So But it's been an eventful week with all the anticipation of the stuff going on that's coming up.
Right.
Well, did your grandson have a baseball game this weekend? And how'd he do if he did?
Little Avery had a game. Rowan didn't have one over the weekend. I'm not sure why, but yeah, Avery did all right. I think he did get one hit.
Well, you're going to have to be our sports guy on Monday to get us all caught up on all the sporting activities that's going on there, because, the only really pure sport is when kids are playing. Because as adults, well, it gets adulterated. It was supposed to, the adult games, the professional games, it was supposed to be 4 hours of, not a care in the world. You're just rooting for your team.
Yeah.
And they have lost the vision. They've lost the sight in that. They think, well, now that I'm a big star and now my voice counts more than yours, and I don't care for that. It's not my cup of tea. If I want to watch racing, I don't want to have someone tell me, well, the political standing here is, I don't care. I don't care about the politics. I just want to see racing. I just want to see a baseball game. I want to see a football game. I want to see the game without distractions. The game itself is supposed to be a distraction from everyday life. So, kind of like this wrestling match. It's going to be a distraction from everyday life for a little while. So, other than that, you pretty much nailed everything I was going to talk about. The rocket attack and, Hamas acting like they're victims when they're actually the aggressors. And what organization in their right mind is going to tell anybody in a motel or a hotel that they got set that, hey, we're Hamas, we're going to be in here, we're going to start some trouble? They're not going to do that. They're using the media. They're using the ambassadors or whoever was in that motel, kind of like women and children. They're using them as a shield.
Yeah.
And the news groups and the politicians and whatnot, they're just too ignorant to realize this is what's going on. Maybe you can say hindsight's 20/20. Well, you're in a country that has been known to have these kind of terrorists that have acted in the way that they have. So who's the real idiot? I think it's those that willingly put themselves up, or unwilling participants in a conflict that start screaming foul because they're being used as shields and they're not even smart enough to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, but that's we as a people, we're stupid. We learn by repetition, and once we learn the lesson, we forget the lesson, and then we got to relearn that lesson the hard way all over again. So, I'll tell you. So I'm just glad I got my Camaro when I did. I like my car. Hell, I even had a phone call the other day, and I don't know if I mentioned it on the radio, but hell, the dealership's calling me asking me if I wanted to upgrade. And it's like, no, I'm happy with the 6-cylinder that I got. I'm happy with the performance. I'm happy that I have one. I said, unless you can get me an SS convertible with the same price tag of what I'm paying on this one, I said, it ain't going to happen. They're like, well, I guess we'll talk to you in a couple of years. And I said, yeah, I think you will. So it just depends on whether or not this lead jackass in office is going to lead us to economic ruin or not. I just maybe have to stay happy with what I have and just take care of what I have for as long as I can. I've got a 2005 Z71 extended cab, of course, Chevy. It's got 212,000 miles. It has no issues with the engine, no leaks, doesn't burn any oil. Whenever I go get the oil change, it has the same amount of oil in there that was put in. The 16 Silverado 4x4 that I have is a fantastic vehicle. No issues with it. Got 32,000 miles on it. I'm happy. The Camaro, no issues. It's got 42,000 miles on it now. I'm happy. You know, these people that want to always have something new every year, I think they're going to have to figure out that they're just going to have to endure having what they have for a little bit longer. And maybe they will appreciate what they have now instead of always looking forward to the next best thing that's out there. But, well, that's just me and my ideas, and they probably don't amount to much. But other than that, I guess I'll go ahead and let you go, and you have yourself a good morning, everything.
All right, I appreciate you checking in there. Heat wave, getting ready for the main event. Yeah, who was it that mentioned the field full of electric cars a little bit ago? I found the photo that he's talking about. Looks like hundreds of them. I think Cue Ball might have brought that up. All electric cars, junked out. They needed batteries replaced, but batteries cost more than the cars are even worth. They can't be destroyed in a recycle yard or a waste facility because they don't allow battery toxins at waste facilities. So they just sit in this field. These cars were all government-owned vehicles by government employees. I just don't think the world's ready to go green. Yeah, Mike shared that this past day, so. Yeah, a whole field full of, I can't tell what kind of electric vehicles those are, but. All right, I guess the fact checkers will be doing a check on that to make sure it's accurate, right? Tell you what I've got to do, though. Here in about 3 minutes, all the phones are going to hang up because I have to do a phone reset. So let's just take care of that. I'll take a quick time out. Hopefully I can get it dialed back up ASAP. And we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
All right, got her done there. I think it took about 6 tries, but all right, we're actually rolling toward news update at the top of the hour. And Knucklebuster, what's going on?
Man, your producer's about as rude as he can be. I'll come up there and punch his microphone, right? Didn't want to let me back in there. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here, man? Shoot, I'm going to tell you something, man. It's been a great weekend. I worked harder at the house than I did out here in the truck this weekend, see? My daughter's about to put me in the grave. That's what I told her. She said, you'll survive, old man. How was your weekend, Mr. Steve Sommers?
I'm in the exact same boat you are. I did more manual labor this weekend than I typically ever do. Of course, you finish. I had to cut the pool walls and get them rolled up out there for the junk man to come get. Then we had all kinds of garbage under the deck out there, old logs and bricks and stuff. Well, wife wanted to get that all cleaned out. Let's clean everything up. So that was my weekend.
Yes, sir. Well, you should have done what I done last summer. There, I was took my chainsaw and was cutting that old deck out to put a new one in, and that snout of that chainsaw went right through the wall of that 1-year-old swimming pool. So I wound up buying a new swimming pool and a new deck. So I just put myself on the DA list, right? Yep, absolutely. And my golden retriever was PO'd at me too, boy. He said, I have plenty of time left to go swimming. And there, shoot, man, I don't know. You've been talking to Dave Martin too much there with all that conspiracy theory stuff.
No, sir.
Yeah, I know it there, shoot. He's a real big conspiracy theorist to me there. I like him. He's a good guy, but I don't buy into all that conspiracy stuff there. Most of these coronaviruses, they disappear within 2 years. I took the vaccine because I trust my daughter because she worked for Pfizer. As far as getting an annual vaccine, I ain't going to do that part of it there, even though I still trust her. That coronavirus is going to disappear, and maybe I get another one there later on. You never know there, right? Mm-hmm. I've got a 2000 Ford F-150 It's got about 240,000 miles on it. I take that hot shot stiction eliminator and clean that motor out every now and then, and then I put I can't say what I put in it back, because you don't talk to him no more, do you?
I have not spoke with him. No, nope.
Oh, yep, I understand. Well, I'll just have to get on this side of the putting it in, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh man, I almost got run over by a truck coming off the shoulder. I had a car passing me at the same time. He was wanting to come out. I might need a new seat cushion when I get back to Memphis there. Well, that's all of my baloney. Get that news break in there, and we'll keep listening to a great show and put the spoke on you tomorrow as long as the world doesn't come to an end.
All right.
Have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All right, Knucklebuster. Thank you for your patience. I think he called back 5 or 6 times. Yeah, I was going through the process of trying to get those things dialed in. But, hey, let me see here. Henry said, looking for some help. I had an Apple phone, and the screen would go dark for me when I would listen on the app. I bought an Android Samsung phone. I installed the app, but the screen stays on all the time. Yeah, any help would be appreciated. Yeah, I'm guessing there's got to be something in the settings for that, Henry, but I'm not the smartphone genius. I'm lucky to be able to answer the damn things when it's ringing, so maybe somebody can help him out there. I guess new to the Samsung. It is 844-844-3388. Got our final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that mask wearing and social distancing should continue in the nation's schools, at least through the end of this school year. That guidance coming days after the agency adjusted its guidance for fully vaccinated adults, saying they don't need to wear masks indoors any longer, except for in crowded areas. The CDC says the reasoning behind keeping the school's guidance in place is most school-age children are not vaccinated. The Pfizer vaccine was recently approved for use in children ages 12 to 15. And the deadline for filing federal tax returns is Monday night. The Treasury Department added an extra month to the deadline back in March to give people more time to file amid the pandemic. The deadline has been pushed back even further for residents of Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas. Their deadline has been pushed to June 15th as a result of the federal emergency declarations during February's winter storms. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The United Nations Security Council held an emergency meeting Sunday as the violence between Israel and Hamas continued.
Medics in Gaza are reporting the death toll from an Israeli airstrike is 42 people. The United Nations Security Council in New York had an emergency meeting to discuss the escalating violence in Israel and Gaza. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the violence. He said he's now calling for both sides to return to the bargaining table.
The only way forward is to return to negotiations with the goal of a two-state solution, leaving two states side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states.
From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And the UK government has not made a decision on accepting Pfizer's donation of COVID vaccines for the country's Olympians ahead of the Tokyo Games in July. Vaccines are currently only being administered in the UK to people 38 years and older, although that will drop to include 35 and older next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
One GOP lawmaker is moving to try to reinstate one of former President Trump's border policies to try to stem the flow of illegal immigrants into the U.S. Tim Berg reports.
Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn introduced legislation seeking to reinstate former President Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy to curb the recent surge of illegal immigration at the U.S.-Mexico border. The bill, named the Make the Migrant Protection Protocols Mandatory Act, would require illegal immigrants who cross the southern border illegally to remain in Mexico until their case is heard. Austin Skiro is with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection down in Del Rio, Texas. He shares the latest immigration numbers in his sector.
Our single adult numbers are up almost 450%. Our unaccompanied children numbers are up almost 250%. Family units, almost 250%. This past April, we caught around 21,000 people here in the Del Rio sector. That's more than we caught the entire first 7 months of last fiscal year.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame announced their class of 2021 one day after a delayed induction ceremony for the class of 2020. This year's class is headlined by Boston Celtics star Paul Pierce, 11-time All-Star Chris Bosh, Chris Webber, and Ben Wallace. Also to be inducted, coaches Rick Adelman, Jay Wright, and Bill Russell, who won 2 championships behind the bench. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I was thinking during the break there. Let's see. Larry said a quick press of the power button should turn the screen off on the Samsung phone. Yeah, I've got, screen goes dark. Got the little button on the, that would be if you're looking at the phone on the right-hand side. You click that little button, it turns the screen on, and you can open it up. Just push of the button, it makes the screen dark. And I think if you have like the app or something operating, it should continue to operate in the background with the screen dark. Maybe that's the answer. Thank you, Larry, for checking in there. All right, got our final hour underway. It's 844-844-3388. Well, what aren't we paying more for right about now? Used cars, homes, lumber, gas, chicken. What do they all have in common? Yeah, they're all getting more expensive. U.S. consumer prices in April increased 4.2% from a year earlier. Yeah, more than the economists had even predicted. It was the biggest 12-month increase since September of 2008. What was going on then? Oh, yeah, we were in the height of the financial crisis, as you'll recall. All right, chickens are in short supply, sparking an increase in prices. Part of the blame goes to Tyson's Roosters. We touched on this Friday morning. Yeah, the meat processor, which sells poultry, beef, pork, said their chicken volume has been low in part because the roosters it uses to breed are just not meeting their expectations. We made a bad decision, they said. To increase supply, Tyson's switching back to the male breeding chickens they previously used. They declined to share what's going to happen to the rejected roosters or how they're being swapped out. Yeah, food in general is getting more expensive. Year over year, food prices up 2.4%. The growing number of stations along the East Coast without fuel last week. After the ransomware attack, for 6 days, the panic buying threatened to exacerbate the supply shock. Demand climbed by 14% Tuesday of last week compared to the week before. It's because everybody was buying double, right? Pipeline's back up and running, but we surpassed the psychological milestone of $3 per gallon last Wednesday for the first time in more than 6 years. National average at last check was $3.04 or $3.06 yesterday. Home prices. The beginning of this year has seen home prices continue to climb to near new record-breaking heights, with prices rising in almost every major metropolitan area. Limited inventory is partly the reason. In 99% of metro areas tracked by the National Retailers Association, prices in the first quarter of this year increased over the same period last year. Nearly 90% of metro areas saw double-digit percentage price increases over the past year. How about that? By comparison, only 25% of areas saw that kind of growth in the first quarter of 2020. And of course, we've been talking for months now about lumber as the pandemic crushed the economy. Sawmills shut down lumber production to brace for a housing slump that never actually developed. The slump never arrived. And now there's not enough lumber to feed the red-hot housing market. The shortage is delaying construction of badly needed new homes, complicating renovations of existing homes, and causing sticker shock for buyers in what was already a scorching market. Random length lumber futures hit a record high 1,615 last week, a staggering seven-fold gain from April of last year. That's a big deal because lumber is the most substantial supply that home builders buy. All right, used cars and trucks, the biggest driver of inflation jump last month was a 10% increase in used cars and truck prices. That accounted for more than a third of the overall inflation increase and was the biggest price rise since the government started tracking used car data in 1953. In the past year, used car prices have jumped 21%, if you could imagine that. Making matters worse is the car dealers have only a fraction of the vehicles they typically have for both new and used vehicles. That's sending prices to the moon. For example, the average new car price, $37,200 in the first quarter, according to J.D. Power, up 8.5% from the same time a year ago. That puts wholesale used prices as at the highest level they've ever been. And we're seeing used retail prices accelerating rapidly. To the moon, right? What's going on with Captain Ron this morning? Hey there.
Morning. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for checking in.
Have a good weekend?
Yeah, kind of short and sweet, but yeah.
Hey, you think that we're having the chicken shortage? Wasn't it on your show that had that report of that chicken truck that stopped too fast and the doors opened up and all them chickens got loose on the freeway? Was that on your show?
I think it was. Yeah, I remember that.
You think that's got anything to do with this chicken shortage?
Nah. One chicken truck, that's a drop in the bucket.
You don't think so?
Yeah.
Well, what kind of advertising you got going on there? I took a nap Friday morning, and after the show, I got this call from this new, it must be a phone solicitor or something, trying to sell me this cookbook. Now, I guess it's a limited first edition or something, some collector cookbook. You know anything about that?
Boy, you had a call from Fly Rod, didn't you?
I don't know who it was. But anyway, he said I needed to order this special edition cookbook.
Yeah.
But it's a cicada. Is that like a squirrel or something? Might be pretty good in some dumplings. I used to have squirrel and dumplings when I was little.
Come on, Ron. The cicadas are. I saw my first cicada yesterday. Very, very first one. Just only one. He was all lonely. I'm sure he became a snack for a bird out there somewhere. But I think when we get some rain today and tomorrow, they should be emerging in mass by later this week.
I don't think they're supposed to be down here in Florida, are they?
I don't know. Not Florida. There's a bunch of states. I think there's 7 states, but all up in this kind of a region. Yeah, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, on over into Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, that region.
So my wife went shopping Saturday, and I guess you know that they lifted the mask requirement if you're fully vaccinated, but she said Dillard's in the mall Saturday masks were required. And then she went in there yesterday, and there wasn't a single soul that had a mask on. I'm glad all these people got their vaccination. I think there's going to be a lot of people that ain't going to wear the mask that ain't vaccinated either.
I'm sure there will. Yep, absolutely.
we know that's going to happen. But that was all I got. I wanted to find out the information on that cookbook.
Was he looking for 1995?
1995, first edition.
That's it. That's the one.
And then put me on a conference call with some other guy. Must have been his boss or something. I don't know. What do you think?
I reckon that would have been old Heatwave if I had to venture a guess.
Well, that's all I got for the night.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, Captain Ron.
Talk to you another night.
You got it. Yep. Do appreciate. Let's see. Cicada Safari. I mentioned that Friday morning. Yeah, there's actually a link there where you can track the soil temperature. These cicadas usually start to emerge in early to mid-May when the soil temperature hits like 64 degrees. Let's see. Back in 2017, that would have been a different brood. A few cicadas emerged as early as April 26th. All right, let's see here. To estimate soil temperatures, you need a daily high and low temperature from the previous 3 days. From that, you can determine the average daily temperature by adding the high and low temperatures together and dividing by 2. Nifty. I didn't realize that. Next, calculate the 2-day and 3-day running temperature averages. Finally, find the average of the 2-day and 3-day running average, and that'll provide you with an estimate for the soil temperature at the cicada depths. All right, I'm not going to go through the whole formula there. They give you an example how that all works, but all I know is soil temperatures are going to be getting up there later this week because notice we're talking those high temperatures maybe even into the 80s. Yeah, spreading well up into the Northeast. And most of the time they say you get a nice rain, warm rain, and they like to come out right after the rain. I guess that softens up the soil for them, and there you go. Okay, back to the calls we go. Lines available at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Moose?
Hey, not much, pal. A couple things here before I get down to the serious topic. Have you checked out this MeWe social media platform?
I have not. I've heard of it, but I haven't been on it.
Apparently, there's some cat on there using your overnight drive banner and got the name and everything on it, but it's obviously not you, so might want to have the techie guys look into that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
But,
I don't have a MeWe. I've never been on MeWe.
Right. I never even heard of it. I just talking to a fellow there a while ago and said that it was on there, and said that he went to join, and the guy, whoever the admin was or whatever, said it wasn't you, and so I don't know. That might be something you might want to look into.
Okay.
And I don't think you want somebody out there showboating around that ain't you, you know.
Yeah, because there ain't no telling what kind of trouble they might stir up in my name, right? Thinking it's me.
Exactly. But yeah, well, another thing, boy, I tell you what, I might have screwed up bad there Saturday. My Coronado was due for service, and time for the full shebang, so we rolled it in the shop, and I drained everything out of it, and went and got the new filters, and my number one son was there, and so he spun it together and put it all back together and got the fluids topped off, and unbeknownst to me, he went ahead and dropped 20 ounces of the FR3 in it, and I went in there Saturday night and checked everything out. The engine oil level was good and everything, so I dumped another dose in it, not knowing that he'd already dumped some in there. So I tried to get a hold of Chris there Saturday night, try to get a hold of somebody, but I haven't even turned the key on that thing yet. I hate to drain all that stuff out because that's quite a bit of money, you know, but I ain't even going to start it till I can get a hold of Chris and find out whether I can overdose that thing, you know, because I ain't going to take no chances of screwing that engine up, you know.
Yeah, right.
So I'm going to, quick as the banker's hours roll around, I'm going to try to raise somebody over there today and find out whether I need to go ahead and drain it to start over or if I'm all right to proceed as is. It's probably okay, and I got my fingers crossed and hoping it's okay, but I ain't going to take a chance. I like I said, I ain't even going to turn the key on until I talk to the big boss man, you know. Because now it's got like 40 ounces of that stuff in it, and that's way too much, you know.
I don't think it would cause an issue, but I don't want to lead you wrong. So yeah, I'd say get a hold of Kyle there or whoever picks up the line, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So just better safe than sorry. So in the meantime, I'm driving this old beep and squeal Volvo that I hate. I hate this thing. I tell you what, this thing, if you get too close to the white line, it goes, if somebody pulls out in front of you, it goes, and if I find the buzzer on this thing, if I got to take a ball peen hammer and a cold chisel to carve that thing out of there, if I find that buzzer, it's coming out of this truck. I tell you what, that's enough to drive you up the friggin' wall. I know one thing, they couldn't stick another one of these Swedish pieces of you-know-what on me if they had a gun to my head.
Yep.
This makes two of them that I bought, the first one and the last one, I can tell you that. But now, back to the cookbook cupcakes. Back to the what they call themselves, the Stiction Eliminator, the Pluto Tag Team Duo, or whatever they're going by now. Okay, they done flubbed their dub. I caught that Linda Lovelace reference there, you know. And if we're going to go down that road, boys, I got news for you. I'll hide Horsey the Brains duct tape and pool noodles. Before I climb in that ring, I'll eat me about a 55-gallon drum of raw oysters and get a B12 shot. And then we'll see who's who on the Lovelace business.
That's scary. I
tell you what.
They gave me a shiver, Moose. Wow.
Well, they running off with that got that alligator mouth and them jaybird asses. We gonna settle this in the cage, boys. No holds barred. And old Heatwave talking about tagging fly rod and then running for the hills. That ain't gonna happen. Cause when all three of us get in that box, I'm gonna have Horsey the Brain put a brand new master lock on the cage door, and it ain't gonna open back up till there's only one of us standing. So we just see what's going on, and I have a sneaking suspicion who their new manager is, but I haven't got confirmation on that yet. But I tell you what, you have to get up pretty early to beat the managerial skills of Horsey the Brain, and I've already got on Amazon and ordered a case of platinum blonde hair dye and some new silk shirts for the main event. So he gonna be styling and profiling in that big old flatbed Peter car of his with them Oklahoma wobblers on it. So he gonna be tooling in there, and he'll be styling and profiling for the main event. So we're gonna make this happen. And like I said, the cookbook cronies is gonna be eating some crow. They ain't gonna have to worry about eating those cicadas. They gonna be having crow for dinner after this is over.
Yeah. The big moose
so
has
with that
spoken.
said, I'll say keep it twixt the spotted in the solid, sunny side up, breezy side down, all that jazz. Right of the spotted, left of the solid, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Looking forward to it, Big Moose. Thank you for the call. There you go, about a minute before we get our bottom of the hour news break, and we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. What else? Oh, yeah, there's something else you might want to jot down you're going to pay more for. The meteoric rise in palm oil prices to record levels is poised to inflate costs for everyone from restaurants to confectionery and cosmetic manufacturers, and could potentially change consumption patterns, they tell us. The world's most consumed edible oil is found in products as diverse as chocolate, pastries, soaps, lipstick, biofuel. It's widely used in Asian restaurants. The tropical oil has surged more than 120% in the past year and burst through the $1,091 a ton to a record on last Wednesday. Yeah, the rise in prices to all-time highs is bound to affect consumer habits. According to the head of trading and hedging strategies, consumption is expected to go down, and if this uptrend in prices is maintained, there could be a shift in food habits that could altogether change food preferences. The world's top importer is India, followed by China. The largest producer and user is Indonesia. In Europe and the U.S., the oil faces headwinds from consumers over concerns that its cultivation causes deforestation and harms animal habitats. All right, the globe's top confectionery and cosmetic companies, they say, have sought to ensure that the palm oil they use is being produced sustainably. What the heck is that supposed to mean? All right, those companies wanting to shift out of palm oil to other oils may find opportunities limited. They'll be facing higher cost whichever option they choose. Yes, soybean oil, the second most consumed oil, is up 150% in the past year. Sunflower oil prices from Ukraine have more than doubled. It may just be better to stick with palm oil after all. All right, there you go. News break time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released new guidance last week regarding mask wearing for those who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, saying that they no longer need to wear masks indoors in most settings. But as states now adapt their mandates, there is still some confusion over what people should do. Dr. Amesh Adalja is an infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University and tells Fox News how vaccinated people should proceed under the new guidelines.
If you're fully vaccinated, you have to realize that the virus is going to treat you very differently because now you are unlikely to be infected. Breakthrough infections are extremely rare, and you're not likely to spread this to other people. So you're no longer a threat to people. So that's why the public health guidance has changed for fully vaccinated people. It's also important to remember that there is a big swath of the population that is not fully vaccinated, and they need to continue to wear masks, especially indoors when they cannot social distance.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta Mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, it looks like it may be a bit of a soggy day in our neck of the woods, southwest Ohio. Rain going to be knocking on the door here in probably the next less than an hour. Rain's already moving into southeast Indiana. You've got rain through all of central Indiana. A soggy morning commute in Indianapolis. What else? We got rain extending up through north central portions of Illinois, southeastern Iowa, northeast Missouri. Some of that rain in Indiana is pretty heavy as well. Nothing reaching severe limits, but definitely some torrential downpours. You zoom in a little closer, see who's seeing the really heavy stuff. All right, it's a line that extends the heaviest rains. North of Bloomington, south of Greenwood, so in that zone there. Yeah, be ready to have a slow go for the morning commute there. Then we see some more rains extending back through what we saw in Texas earlier this evening that spawned numerous severe thunderstorm warnings have weakened in intensity, but you still have some decent storms. One cell approaching Abilene at this hour. You've got rain on up north. Rain will be moving into Wichita Falls. Another batch going to be moving into the Dallas area here in fairly short order. Heavy rains down into southeastern portions of Texas. Everything east of Houston, but moving on up into Louisiana. Heavy rains up toward Alexandria, Louisiana. And more rains up, a lot of rain in Arkansas. It's raining in Little Rock. Yeah, soggy start to the new week. Hey, let's head to the land down under. What's going on, Sylvester?
How's it going, brother?
Doing all right.
Okay.
How about you?
So,
a lot of time has passed, so I can understand that you probably would forget. I sent you a message. I think I sent Kyle a message at the same time that I set up that MeWe page. And I said that this is back when everybody was dumping Facebook, and I said, look, I want to get away from Facebook. I want to get away from all the other media as well. And I actually set up that page, and I made sure that everybody knew that it was not you. But I hadn't even been on there in probably 3 months. So as soon as Big Moose came on and said, I said, oh, I better go have a look at this. And the fellow that commented was just saying, hey, look, it's just, nobody's using it. Everybody's still on Facebook. And I saw that Heatwave had made a comment on there. And I messaged him about it too, to pass that on too. Yeah, if you remember, I set it up so that nobody else could take the name. Because you know how that happened on Facebook with the other show. So I didn't want anybody to be able to take the name. And I sent you a message and an email about it at the time. Like I said, it's been a long time ago. So.
Okay, well, that would explain it then. Nothing nefarious going on, in other words.
Oh, no. Oh. No, man, I'm a loyal listener.
I know that.
I'm not trying to take your name, man. So I sent Heatwave a message about it too. He won't be able to look at it while he's driving, but yeah. Look, if you want to get off Facebook and you want to move it over there, move it over there. Facebook is evil. Unfortunately, it's kind of like some of the other things that we have to buy because we have to live with it. We can't live without them. I use Facebook to communicate with my mother, and unfortunately, she can't set up MeWe. She just doesn't know. So, but anyway, so I heard Big Moose said, listen to the whole show. Good show. I want to say this. Somebody just messaged me with MeWe. Look at that. Somebody's going like, hey, is this you? So the whole thing about electromagnetic pulse, and I think it was Chevy guy talking about trucks from the 50s, blah, blah, blah. Look, there are 320 something million people in the United States. I'm sorry, there aren't enough vehicles to get around. And it's going to having a vehicle that's going to drive you somewhere is going to be the least of your problems if that happens. If you think about it, everything requires some type of electronic device. Most of these devices are minimally shielded. The FCC set certain standards of shielding for things like computers and things like that. If you look on any computer device or electric device, it has a little warning on there. It says that this device, you must be able to accept a certain amount of interference that is caused by this device and or may affect this device. I'm paraphrasing, but essentially what that means is it's not a shielded device. That's why at some point, when LED lights first came out, the 2.4 gigahertz, phones, the little cordless phones, actually were affected by LED lights. Mm-hmm. So that's one reason why the 2.4 gigahertz phones were superseded by the 4.8s and then the 5.0s. So everything that you have in your house has some type of electronics even in it.
Yep.
All the way from the 1980s, all the way from your washing machine. So I hope you guys know how to wash your clothes by hand if some EMP hits. The devices that are used for the really simple thing of making sure the water that you have coming into your house is clean. So I hope you know how to sanitize your water and to sterilize your water. Things like just your light bulbs in your house. If it is a compact fluorescent or an LED, it is a It's circuitry. It is not just electricity going through a loop and then burning and then causing a light like an incandescent light. That's not going to work. Not only that, but before you even get to that fuse box that you have out in your house isn't a fuse box. It's a circuit breaker. And that circuit breaker isn't going to work after an EMP. A 1950s automobile or truck is not going to be a problem. What's going to be a problem is you won't have heating, you won't have cooling, you won't have water. Sorry, you are going to be back in the dark ages if an EMP hits. So even the phones, I remember hearing well, we'll just have to go back to old style telephones. It's that easy, man. It isn't like we don't have the technology anymore for you to turn that little dynamo to create the electrical signal to be able to say, hey, Esmeralda, call BR 549.
Yeah, right.
It's not. It doesn't exist anymore. Everything has electronics in it, and they are not shielded from EMP. So remember Rusty Yoda?
Yeah, absolutely.
We used to have long conversations about this stuff. And I remember one night he was telling me, oh yeah, we're prepared for it. And I said, really, Rusty? Tell me about your well house. How are you going to get your water out of your well? And he said, well, we'll just, and then he stopped. He said, yeah, that might be a problem. I go, exactly. It is a problem. Even the most basic things that we have today come back to one thing, and that's electronics. I've heard people say, well, the gas power, well, that's all well and good to a point, but look what happened down in Texas. When they lost all power, they could not control that gas, so the gas had to stop too after a certain point. This country down here is in a worse condition than in the U.S. because over the last 40 years, this country has been, trying to think of a nice way to put it, has been turned into a bunch of people that are entirely dependent on the government and entirely dependent on the big companies taking care of them. And this place is going to be worse. So, honestly, that's one reason why I came back down here, because I've got these grandchildren who will need to be taken care of. I need to be able to look after my family. My son, who's very capable, but very reliant on, on technology like most people.
Yep.
And my grandchildren. I went from having two beautiful granddaughters. One of which's birthday is tomorrow. And the other one was on the 2nd of May. But now I have 9 grandkids bearing Susan. 9, with more coming. And, I'd like to be able to help protect them. Because remember the song, I think I mentioned this to you, it might have been Bubba, the song Country Boys Will Survive.
Yeah.
Country Boys Can Survive. Hank Williams Jr. There's something about growing up in the country, up into the 80s, where, I don't know about now, but you learn to do things to be self-sufficient. I grew up, in Georgia, in north part of Georgia, and we put food away, not because we thought that the Russians were coming or there was going to be an EMP. That was always a possibility. But it was because that's what you did, But anyway, if you want to get off Facebook, go to MeWe. There is a site there. There is a page there. Everybody's welcome. It is not officially Steve Sommers, but I will tell you, it will always be yours, Steve. If you want it, if you want me to sign it over to you, my brother, I'm happy to do it in less than a heartbeat.
Okay.
Other than that, Steve, always love your show. Fantastic content, fantastic news, fantastic information. Thank you for being there, my friend.
Have a pleasant day, Sylvester. Well, that answers that question, right? All right, couple from the email bag here. Big Moose, I'm sure you're still listening out there, right? I got Kyle, actually. You've been up all night, Kyle? Good golly. Guy never sleeps. Tell Big Moose to give me a call at the office, extension 116. But he should be just fine. Just kind of curious what his total oil capacity is. But since FR3 is made up of Group 4 and Group 5 esters, it can only improve the Group 2 or Group 3 engine oil that he added it to. FR3 has been thoroughly no-harm tested. Worst case scenario, you wasted some good FR3 without much more gain, since it is formulated right at the peak of the gain curve. So I guess with the proper treatment amount, it's about as good as it's going to get, right? So you should be okay there, Big Moose, but you can give Kyle a call, extension 116. Truck and Phil checks in. Morning, Steve Sommers and Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Monday. A relatively quiet but fast weekend. Good enough for a 34-hour restart, though. The weather was great. Yeah, how about cayenne pepper and Parmesan cheese-flavored popcorn and cicada mix? Tasty and healthy. That might work. You might be onto something. Put that in Fly Rod's cookbook. Of course, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and then back once again. Thank you very much, Truck and Phil. Have a great Monday. And you're right, yeah, the weekends just do kind of come and go awfully quick, don't they? All right, let me see here. SpaceX seems to have been the space race game. They seem to really be ahead of the curve. Now, they're the ones that got the big contract to return Americans to the moon, rather than some of the other competitors out there. But it looks like, according to the statement, Blue Origin is ready to make a move. Things have been heating up over Blue Origin, the commercial spaceflight company launched by Jeff Bezos of Amazon. Now, since he stepped down as CEO of Amazon to take a more hands-on role with his other project, apparently they've made some rather positive strides, which includes a dress rehearsal test flight that took place on April the 14th and brought their New Shepard a step closer to bringing passengers to space. Following the success of that flight, Blue Origin announced they're planning to conduct the first crewed flight with the New Shepard by July the 20th. I mean, that'll be here before you know it. In addition to the Blue Origin astronaut crew, one seat is being set aside for a commercial passenger. As of May the 5th, Blue Origin announced that this ticket will be available for auction and that proceeds would be donated to Blue Origin's foundation, Club for the Future. Now, that announcement coincided with the 60th anniversary of the first crewed flight to space by an American astronaut. The astronaut in question was none other than the namesake of the Blue Origin spacecraft, Alan Shepard, who flew to space May the 5th of 1961 on the Freedom 7 capsule, part of the Mercury program. Now, he was the first of 7 astronauts, the Mercury 7, who would actually go to space between 1961 and 1963. All right, so making some progress there. Interesting. All right, here just a couple moments left here, a couple minutes real quick, like an apparent first-in-the-nation lawsuit filed apparently in Clark County, Nevada. This has been a hot topic of discussion around the country. critical race theory as of late, right? The intentional constitutional violations inflicted on students who are subjected to instruction in critical race theory in public schools. So says the lawsuit filed on behalf of a student and his single mother. They detail the absurdity of the instruction that students are forced to endure and the real consequences they suffer to their future if they refuse to participate in this indoctrination. All right, William Clark is a high school senior who aspires to a career in musicology. He's worked hard to overcome difficult circumstances. Father passed away when he was young. Mother's unemployed, disabled, working 35 hours per week at night at a local Taco Bell to help support the family. Despite all that, his mother has worked hard to ensure her kids receive a top-quality education, securing coveted positions for them as students at top public charter schools in the Las Vegas area. I guess he had excelled through his academic career until he was confronted unexpectedly and without warning at the beginning of his senior year by a purported civil class called Sociology of Change. The underlying theoretical basis for the class is known as intersectionality, inspired by a political activist and critical race theory proponent. The class teacher describes the students as social justice workers, but students are told that possessing certain characteristics inherently designates them as either being privileged or oppressed. Those who identify as white, male, heterosexual, or Christian are intrinsically privileged and oppressive, which is defined as malicious or unjust or just wrong. And it's impossible for someone to disagree with their characterization because of their race, gender, sexuality, or religious beliefs. Students were instructed that any denial of those characterizations amounts to unjust privilege, expressed as denial. Class material further instructs students that it is impossible for a person of color to be racist. Okay, that's what they're being taught, and so this is going after. That'll be a first of its kind in the nation. See what the courts have to say about mandating the instruction of critical race theory. That's one that's not going away anytime soon. And with that, we're fresh out of time. Thanks so much. Good run here on a Monday morning. Have a great day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream